Crossing our fingers. Maybe we might be back. We'll have to see. I have no idea. So yeah, we've got total washout, so something crashed and was pretty sick. Pull out of the side. See, sometimes we have color, sometimes it freaks out, so I don't know. Alright, so let's get back at it. I'm just going to keep on building, and hopefully people will let me know if things are live or things. Yay! Fantastic Fox says, welcome back. Okay, so I'm hoping that means... It actually looks like I missed a couple. That's tangented by the craziness. So the only thing I forgot to add for him was we have gold, the yellow insert. Thank you for the sticker. Audio and video and music and Lego. Okay, good. I'm hoping that the microphone will work. When this is all over, I need to readjust everything because the mic where it is, or sorry, the camera where it is, bad news bears. But it doesn't work. Or Lego cam hanging out. Okay, so the other piece we've got is just a little lantern that clips in here. Good morning. Woohoo! Woohoo! It clips in Harry's hand.
Hello.
And then it's supposed to twist in, but I mean, they made this guy so short that if you put his arm up and twist the lantern so that it actually is supposed to kind of like hang, that is, in order to get the lantern near the floor, got his hand about for height. Sort of odd, but it is what it is. Alright, put that one aside. So, next are... I learned from Wednesday's stream, because I tend to look back and forth at the directions, that I'm probably going to try my best to build off exactly the screen you're seeing in the supposedly sending window. And that way I'll be able to be using the instructions that you guys are actually seeing. We'll just see if that works. Now, I do not know what it means in these instructions when they have a little Lego square with a plus on it. I think they mean they were using a piece that was not in the bag. So hopefully that's all it means, but yeah. You're seeing the instructions, excellent. What I was doing on Wednesday that was not great was when there would be a 2-page spread, it was only showing you one of the 2 pages, but then when you scroll, it actually was showing us a 2-page spread in the interact window in OBS, so I can interact with the website. And so I would do the top step and then the bottom step, and not realize that you guys weren't seeing the bottom step. So yeah, we'll cross our fingers. Good morning, Benson. Was not intending to ignore you. Your timing was absolutely perfect because we're hoping that's the last of the technical explosions and issues and gosh knows what. But, you know, never know till it's over. And, yeah. Never know until the Gryffindor portrait sings. How's that? About as PC as I can get this morning. Alright, so step 1. If anybody paid for this in one of Marble Jade's streams for a step of Lego, there you go. Kind of a bit of a ripoff, so I understand why frequently she'll do an extra step or 2. Alright, so then we just head on into... I forgot to consult with her by chance to note what things are supposed to be called. So we're gonna go with things that are, I don't know, whatever, we'll say that high. Is by 1, so we've got a 4 by 1 by 1 going on. If it's the little strips, then we'll call those halves, even though technically they're less than half when you stack them together. 3 doesn't match up to one of these, and 2 doesn't match up either. But rather than worrying about the word thirds, we're going to do that. Now the height, it wants a short pillar, not a tall one. Hindsight 2020, and all that, if I was to do this sort of thing more often, I would probably change the camera angle even further so that it would actually be popping in a completely different spot. You know, angles, that jazz. But, yeah. So I also mental note for myself, if I say it, I'll remember it, is that I need to drop my father an email, let him know that his suggestion of oversized mouse pads from IKEA as a good building surface, total score. I like the cost in Canadian dollars, This one, big black one you see here, was like $20. And I don't remember what the other one was. I think it was 30 for the larger pad that you can't actually see underneath this. But the reason I'm using the larger one and the smaller one is partly because the glass desk, just see the edge of here, this glass desk, see, by being glass, it reflects light a lot and gets in the way. Therefore, even though that's the frosted side up, that's the nice side. So, I shouldn't say the nice side, but that's the less disruptive side. And looking around going, oh, there's the other mouse pad. But larger mouse pad, pardon me, scooching chairs. Larger mouse pad is actually, I think it was like 30 or something. I'm actually just throwing one extra mouse here now, to try and cut down on a little bit of the light that I had bouncing back. That didn't work well because I folded an end. Sorry for that, getting on camera. All right. Yeah, that's not going to help a ton, but it's some. Yeah, a little bit. Okay. So, normally when I build on a wooden sofa table, but the sofa table angle does not let me see any of my screens or anything like that. Plus, no face cam and all that jazz, which for a mega build like this one, those are kind of useful because part of who I am. Missed something. 2-1. Good. Step 4. All right. Little brick. 1 by 4 by half. Funny, sometimes in these builds, they make every step unnecessarily simple, but I also recognize that if they didn't make things more complex, then we got ourselves lost. And I do that on some simple builds anyway. Olivia Benson was here first. Don't know how accurate that was, but yeah. I'm actually going to, you guys race to it, and this is my, oh, sorry about that. Let's see. I didn't actually see that come up. That's what's kind of bothering me. What I'm just going to do, roll it through all of it again. There we go. 5. 4. All right. So hopefully that comes across correctly. Lot should have taken care of that, but I don't trust it to do that today. Just don't trust a lot of stuff today. Right, so we've got... Oh. Okay. So you can see I've got some of the lighting in a little wackadoodle. Just have to see if the exposure can figure it out. I tried turning off the overhead lights that we've got going on here, and it just made everything really dark with like shadows coming over my shoulder. This, oh, that's the edge of my, I go up, 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 oh. That, I don't even know what that is. There's a something. Circular, weird. Okay. Yeah, there's a circular something. Got in, oh, I know what that is. So there's an edge of the monitor lights that are actually sticking out, because they don't fit underneath the boom arm for my webcam that's showing the desk. Okay, got that far, let's move on, and if I talk all day, we'll never get anywhere. There we go, roll the page. I put those. Nope. Things with holes in them. Oh. It's been a busy day. A week. I hope that's a good busy, just generic busy, as opposed to bad news busy. I did see that you had some appointments and stuff. Either I can't remember if you said it was this week or if it was coming up next week. But sounds like you've got a lot of things going on, and I do hope you're doing fairly well. I know you've had a few health challenges up and down of late, so occasionally it can sound a little bit like 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. While that may sound like dance, which I absolutely adore, not meant to. I keep forgetting I should probably actually follow the instructions on screen and stack things properly before I put them together, because it's going to be... I don't know if I have OCD except in Lego. Probably have it elsewhere, but I have a weird combination of like OCD in some activities and being a slob in other ones. It's a strange combination. It bugged me, like, the number of times I've adjusted this mat and it's still cockeyed and crooked, and like just having to suck it up. Okay. Next week's Doctor Week. Okay. Ooh. Ladies' activity. Do you mean something that someone might call like girls' night out sort of thing? I have a silly question. More curiosity than anything else. Quick backstory is Fantastic Shockbox is getting physio for his shoulders. So, just a hiking accident, which I still feel kind of guilty for, because I think that hiking issues or hiking situations are things that I usually drag people into. But in any case, where this relates is my question to you, Benson, is after you've done therapy on your hands, like a session, and I know you're wearing braces and stuff, but do you briefly tend to feel more sore than you did before you went into therapy? Or does it actually seem to release things and you can end up being less sore? I was kind of curious, because some days Fantastic Shockbox is all locked up and needs to go and get his shoulders dealt with. It's not really an optional thing. But then he's briefly, like for a day or two, sore in other parts of it himself until that wears off, because in his case, I mean, it's not directly related, but in his case, he's using needling, which is not acupressure or acupuncture sort of thing, but it's muscle release stuff, which is not the same as your hands. I get that, but it just does make me wonder in general whether or not people always have to end up more sore from stuff like this, or if some people get the luxury of not feeling all sore. It's not supposed to be painful, but sometimes it becomes a short-term pain for long-term gain, and really in his case it's just bruising from the needling and stuff. And so that's side effect of that one, but I mean, it's just because an invasive technique. Okay, I could see that. You have confused me by the raspberries for sure comment. I'm hoping that's an autocorrect. Either that or I need more coffee. I'm not sure which. Ah, okay, yeah, I can imagine. And indirectly, I'm going to try and cheer up again, but indirectly you guys accidentally reminded me about an extended relative, how run-related that is. So, long story made short, is I have an aunt, married an aunt, my father's side, who has done her master's, I believe it was? No, was it master's? Might have been doctorate. Can't recall. Might have been both. But anyways, she has done these things in physiotherapy. So for years and years and years, she's been a physiotherapist. Love it. You know, that's fantastic. So things like this made plenty of sense. Occupational, etc. She had a specialty in stroke recovery, which turned out to be convenient for her mother-in-law later on. But anyways, where this comes in is, unfortunately, I found out fairly recently that it's been being kept a secret, but and then it accidentally got leaked on Facebook by my uncle. But by this point, apparently it's a pretty normal, you just deal with it day-to-day thing. But I just recently found out that the physiotherapist now has Parkinson's. Ah. And that the reason I have acquired quite a large collection of Sherlock Holmes themed books, which is one of my two absolute favorite mystery characters, and our worlds, I guess. But the reason I've acquired a bunch of them for basically the cost of shipping is simply because they had to choose carefully what to downsize so that they could move apartment buildings. I don't know if it's apartment buildings or houses, but they had to move so that there are no stairs in the new place they're moving to, because she's already gotten to the point where she can't handle stairs. So, yeah, that's about all I'm going to say on that, because I want to be brighter and more chipper for the rest of the day, but it's just one of those, I really honestly care about my friends online, but every once in a while, you know, the world starts to connect together in strange ways, and give me a bit of a brief dip, and then we go back up, or try to go back up again. Like a kite, you know, where you're trying to keep the kite as high as you can, but every once in a while it'll connect up with another kite, or it'll get some wind in the wrong direction, and things just do a bit of a dip, and then you have to work on bringing that kite back up again. I'm all about the analogies today. Okay, so we're going to build one cross beam and then put onto it little, I don't even know what to call those. Going to be mount brackets of some sort, but we put them all down the length of this piece. I hope you managed to find someone in network for some of the therapy, because that sounds pricey. Like, up in Canada, obviously, it's not cheap nor free, but some of these things, just, we don't get charged as much in our healthcare providers. Whereas, being honest, I'm so glad I'm on this side of the border. In network, out network silliness is something that I'm really pleased we don't have to deal with. Now, at the moment, basic healthcare for my province, and most of the other provinces, as far as I understand, is generally covered. Basic stuff, like, you know, emergency hospital visits for a broken arm or something like that, are covered by the government. But there are definitely still areas of healthcare, you know, dentistry, optometry, a lot of those sorts of things that, unless it's a major emergency type item, it's not covered by the government, and so you still do need to have healthcare providers and stuff. But even when you have a healthcare provider like that, they still have limits on how much they'll cover and what they'll cover. But they don't actually have this whole in-network, out-of-network, can't go to this place or that place kind of rules. There are exceptions, though. I mean, there are some that are seen as almost like private vanity providers. So things like, for example, I think, was it not covered by health insurance because it was considered, I guess, a private purchase, is Fantastic Sherlock Fox recently went and got a MRI, I believe, and we had to pay for that. Well, technically he had to pay for that because, you know, I'm staying home and he makes the money, but he had to pay for that in order to get it within 3 months of when it was asked for. Whereas if we had waited for the government to pay for it, then it would have been the equivalency of at least 18 months. Now, keeping in mind that Canada is still trying to sort out their head from a hole in the ground when it comes to things that were delayed and pushed off as a result of COVID, and doctors still don't necessarily have all their ducks in a row regarding whose cases have become notably worse in the interim. So, yeah. Not ideal. In any case, so we paid for it out of our pocket. And even in Canadian dollars, for conversion, we're over 800, something like that. So, for us, that's expensive. Like, it sounds crazy, but that's expensive. Whereas, that sort of thing, it's like a drop in the bucket in terms of the type of expenses for the things that people south of the 49th parallel actually pay for on a regular basis. So some of it just makes me wonder why on earth people can't get their heads out of a hole. But I recognize I say that from a position of privilege. You know, once you have something, people that don't have it, it seems like they're lost. But oh, whoops, down here. Let's take that apart again. This one is supposed to be bigger. And I missed a couple studs. Wow. I really do get myself. There's the studs I missed. Double O's. Yeah, totally. Lyric assembles and you do stickers. Well, that's actually quite helpful. I'm not great at getting stickers straight. I try, but yeah. I'm assuming I'm going to do this twice because you can see on the sticker sheet, there's 2 of the ones they're asking for. Usually I do my good old fat fingers. If we get to something where I need to be in a small nook or cranny, or I just want to see how it looks a little bit better than having my finger in the road, then I will sometimes sit on the end of the fixings and line it up because I can get a better view. And if it pulls, then I can actually just pull it right back off again. This looks like one of those ones where it doesn't really matter if it's low or high or whatever, so I'm going to guess roughly put it sort of the middle, maybe? Run. The bricks are nice because reality about bricks is that nothing's ever straight when you put them on. And did I get it? Good, I got it right set up. In there, messed that up, you know, all that jazz. I'm going to put this thing on the corner. So we can see then that the little studs on the bottom are just used as spacers, decorative spacers. Nice. Windows. Pretty. Pretty basic. These are making a cherub. Interesting. Never would have thought of that. I actually thought it was for a different crest. Okay. Now when I look at... There's nothing really notable in these ones. There you go, light. Can't really see it. Yeah, there we go. There's nothing really notable about these. But sometimes, this one you can see a little bit more of the sprue at the center, where it was mounted while it was made. Due to the way that the frames are not actually even depth, and the things are always on one side. And I usually try and hide those types of details on the inside. I was mentioning on Wednesday, it's not a big deal, but there's the occasional time that actually that looks a little bit better because if it catches the light it does up there, then sometimes those mild details will actually change how things appear. I've had it look at some photos I took of older Lego sets. It looked more like I had actually drawn on it with something that didn't catch the light, just because it picked up on the Lego branding on one of the clear plastic windows. Oh, haha. 1, 2. That's where this weird bit. Okay. Oops. This piece installs in behind the seat. Going backwards. This is probably not a bad thing. Press hard. Oh. Got ourselves a little air going on inside. There we go, close enough. Perfect. Other side goes together, but they don't put that. Couple of studs this time. Don't forget them. Double ouch. Ouch. 800 plus US dollars later. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know if I was American or Canadian. I think it was Canadian, because that's what Fantastic Sherlock Fox was saying for it. But for all I know, there could be a conversion in there that I'm just not aware of. But it's just a matter of doing it privately versus publicly, right? And even when you guys are paying big bucks like that, it's still, I mean, you don't have the private versus public, but you still have the lineups in some, weirdly, in some networks, just wherever the people are placed, with relation to where those offices are, like the facilities, as those have longer or shorter lineups. And no bad puns intended. There's 2 by 1 by 1, I guess I'm gonna call that. Shoot, think. It's like, can you... Sometimes, not always, but sometimes, like the ones in step 17, I kind of wish they would just point at where things go. I know they're mirroring the opposite side, but occasionally I do a derp and just don't see where something's going to go. Nope, not. Oh, see? Glenn, you didn't use your brain. There we go. Okay. Arches. 2. Arch gap in them. Side. Yeah. Right. On. At least we're running. That's a start. Crashed earlier, so doing good. Alright. Oh, next thing. More arches. Little tiny. This would be ones I'm going to call 1 by 1 by half. It's not really half, it's like a third or a quarter. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it, right? Sometimes you look at them and they don't quite look fair. There actually is a distinct possibility. Vagaries of holding things. Sometimes they aren't quite square. They're supposed to be, but everything cools at its own different rate. So there's a chance that while these were printed and were warm, they worked a little bit. It doesn't make any difference to the build. It gives the build a character that's not repeatable anywhere else. So I mean, score on that front. But sometimes it just makes it look like things are not quite square. Yep. There's a not square thing for it. This is... well, the toy, right? It's a model, it's not an architectural build. Even the architectural sets from Lego probably would be fussy with. One. Well, guys. Oh, ow. Let's see if I can. That. The hole. Not with the extra thing. Okay. So we're gonna get some weird back angles going. But I'll tip when I can. Alright. So we have one panel. Wrong way. 1, 2. Unexploded. level off with the squares in the corners. Funny to think that when we make these out of Lego, we build it out of a whole bunch of little tiny squares. But if one was to like 3D print this, can you imagine how weird some of these slices would look? Bugging me. Oh. Yeah, you can see the over-shoulder shadowing, so that's... Ooh. Can't win. Alright. So there we go. Take the gamma down just a little. Not much better. A lot of back reflection for you guys. Well, we'll go with it. Alright. Okay, got tubes. 3, okay. Those. Got 3 clear tubes, 1 grade shape, and a diamond shape, whatever that's for. Oh, and let's put an inverted. Oh, kind of hard to explain. Start with the one on the right, so back a couple of these up. These are sorts of pieces that tend to catch a lot of light and therefore be problematic. In this case, they're curved, so that's not as big a deal. I'm looking. I have no idea why they would have this in the office. Looks like it's based off of like the bottle type stuff, but yeah, compared to the central got, it's just odd. Build this one. Build the second one. Oh. Pouring time. That bunch of squares, rectangles. Oh, I see. Just outside. Oh, I thought of it rather randomly, but this reminds me somehow of writing out the floor designs, or pointing out the floor designs on a community hall floor that was done up as a gym, just so that dancers could figure out whether they need to be what steps are, so when you make use of various floor lines. Yeah, we don't usually do that, but sometimes when you're learning a brand new dance, it's you know where you're supposed to step. Oh, okay, so now we're making, in essence, part of the day. Okay. We've got arches. Little piece. Oh. Then I think we actually tag them. Go. Go. That. Music is far too chill. Just I'm trying a supposedly safe fantasy playlist, but if it's far too chill and new agey for feel, I don't mind changing it up. I might swap it, I just don't want to bore everybody all day long with the exact same list. So if it's far too sleepy, just give me a heads up. I'm one of those people that grew up on New Age music as a relaxation technique. Yeah, I guess. Sort of a spa music kind of thing. I mean, in all honesty, if I could actually cast whatever music I want, then I would actually be my favorite Disney station off the internet. So it's Sorcerer Radio Network, known as SR Sounds. SR Sounds, probably .com, I suppose. But anyway, it plays Disney-themed stuff all day long on several different stations. But unfortunately, though they may have permission, either that or be skirting rules, they unfortunately do not, or the rights to allow people to stream them. Like for anything more than private listening. Oh, looks like we got a filch. Yay! Filches are funny because they have weird hair. You're seeing a little more of me than I had originally hoped, but that's just life. Back that up. There we go. I see a camera. Okay. Black at the bottom or black at the top? Either way. Okay. Bag 2, knolling time. I've just thrown a little zippy bag at the side here from one of the other parts. I'm actually borrowing it from Fantastic Show at Fox at the moment. But put that there at the side because that way, when we end up with little extra bits that were spares for various different things, then I can then I can actually move the bits. New bag! Yay! Bigger. This is the part I usually try to rush through. Oh, looks like we have a fight between Fantastic Show, Fox, and Benson, mostly. Yeah. I'd love to know, I could look up and see who actually did the Fox. I can't remember who actually did that Fox art. I like the Fox better than the pumpkin, personally. But it's not just the Halloween theme thing. It's, I like the way the Fox looks. It has some personality. So Benson's getting rough this morning, backing people around with the iron. Wouldn't want to get too near her. For those that are curious, I don't know if you managed to spot it, but the iron she used is one of those ones you these days would find at some heritage themed park or in I wouldn't say an antique shop, unless you're maybe looking for paperweights, I suppose. But yeah, that's the type of iron that Benson's character is very fond of using. That's okay. Sometimes we get weird ones like the planty, and that's what they call it, but really it's just a plant in a pot. So, kind of glad we didn't see that one. In with the color changing, there's been a slight improvement to the coating in behind the Champion of the Hill. Apparently, prior to this more recent update, you used to be able to sort of figure out, I guess you could say, process of elimination on, well, maybe it's who was going to win, but more so what was going to win. Because it used to be that the items tossed out from the hill were in order of... Oops, I keep mind the puzzles, or the instructions. But things tossed out were more or less in order of who lost, who was losing their fight. But in the more recent update, they've rectified that, and now they're actually tossed out in an RNG format, so more of a randomized number concept. Okay, ooh, got another one of those. Okay, that's... Everybody and their dog has sorting hats these. This is Norris, yay! Okay, this is making the point I was talking about earlier. Making it on a really weird spike. Better. Okay. Good background on it. So these heads are pretty much the same, no matter what you... Oh, Lord. I make a point here that... There we go. You can sort of see it. But it's nearly the same on one side as it is on the other side. Like, why, people? Why? I get the double-sided thing is very popular in the Harry Potter set, but you can see in his eyebrows. So I'm gonna go with the smiley version, but there's not enough difference on either side to really make me care a whole lot. And I'm putting it straight onto the torso just so I don't lose it. While I'm sorting, I'm also thinking, we've got another sorting hat. I never have too many sorting hats. So once again, but a sorting hat from this set. Oops, set. And then, still fairly detailed. And then yet just another one included from the Hogwarts Magical Trunk set. No, identical. And it's quite nice. But it's one of those things that sometimes I wish they would release multiple ones in the same year, or I guess in this case, same 2-year series. And the reason I wish that is just simply because when you're going to get multiple sets, as they seriously hope all the AFOL Harry Potter fans, adult fans of LEGO, as they seriously hope all AFOL fans will do, is you end up with a ton of the same one. I'm pretty sure that's not my only 2 sorting hats. I'm pretty sure I have more. I'll have to dig around to actually look at the sets and find out. But it's one of those ones. I know they don't want to do it all the time. Even something like lightly switching up the tint on the plastic you make it or something. Make one a little darker, make one a little lighter. Because there's a spot later on where the hat is useful later in the series, but the hat becomes useful later in the series. By that point, I would almost swear they've had to remake it out of a lighter fabric than they had earlier on in the series. Or could be a lighting change away from the Great Hall that has caused that difference. Not fully certain, but that's sort of a gut feel. It'd be nice to have slightly different tints just to make it a little bit different. We have a lot of quills, so either we're going to be using multiple quills, or I think we're going to lose them. Which, they're not necessarily wrong. I do, but we only get one copy of the printed letter look. And is... Oh, there's a 4th quill. And I hope they're not all going to be quills. Oh, right. think, purple. One of the few things I do like about Dumbledore's office is it's a bit more, like it doesn't have a ton in the way of house colors, but it has some more unusual colors that showed off Dumbledore's uniqueness. I will say it's kind of funny because this is one of those situations, or this, meaning Harry Potter world, one of those situations where you get things that were supposedly said without saying, and not everybody picked up on it. So, spoiler alert, we're never ever going to see a Mrs. Dumbledore. Like, ever. Which is kind of funny considering that the person they currently have cast, Fantastic Beasts series, as Dumbledore, is a bit of a heartthrob for some people. So I just find that kind of amusing. But anyway, yeah. But Dumbledore still has his own uniqueness in like more colorful, funky, esoteric robes. And early on, it was put down to like his robe designs, even when they were described in the books. It was put down, discussion-wise, often to, well, he's the most powerful wizard in the world. Are you going to tell the most powerful wizard in the world that he can't do what he wants? Or at least, you know, one of the more powerful wizards, I guess. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't. If he decided he wanted to go around wearing Muggle underpants on his head, I probably wouldn't say too much. One of the things I will say the movies missed out on is a little bit of a shame. It wasn't in the books either. They missed out on some opportunities for gags that I think just would have been nice little silly Easter egg things. Because there's always in movies times when major characters doing things randomly in the background. And the one I'm thinking of in this particular case is, the one I'm thinking of in this particular case is Arthur Weasley. Where I'm going with that is to say that in the background, it would have been kind of nice. Early on, I think it's book 2, he is supposed to be admonishing kids, or the twins, after they had gone in along with Ron and helped rescue Harry from his aunt and uncle's house. Rescue by, bringing him out early, because aunt and uncle are quite nasty and probably didn't want to let him to go back to school. Anyway, but he's supposed to be getting mad at his boys, and instead, after he gets over that, he asks Harry, rather directly, what is the function of a rubber duck? And I will admit, Mark Williamson, who played the character on screen, did a fantastic job of that. But where I say that movie people lost out on, or did not take advantage of an opportunity, is I think that would have been a perfect spot for them to turn it into a bit of a running gag. Because Arthur Weasley is the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts department at the Ministry of Magic, which is kind of amusing because though there's a statute of secrecy to make sure the Muggles do not find out about that they do not find out about the Wizarding World, it's also mildly amusing just how incredibly and horridly clueless the Wizarding World is about the Muggle world. So, going with that, you've got, the fact that Harry has to explain to Ron in third book, I believe, or it might be fourth. I can't recall which at the moment. But anyways, one of them, he has to explain to Ron that Muggles are not used to seeing a flying car. And it's just things like that where you sort of go, you think the wizards would have figured this out by now? Particularly the ones who had to work in London at the Ministry of Magic. You would have thought they had seen lights, cars around at some point, but apparently not. Right? So, I don't know who's got what going on there, but definitely not something I would have expected. Okay, so we have derailed, and we have here Argus Filch, caretaker of Hogwarts. Oh, come on, lighting. There we go. He's got a lot of lovely printing on his torso, And once again, they've printed into legs, which long coat that really works. Sort of central, I don't know, longer scarf type section. I'm not sure was fully necessary, because by the time you've got a vest there, that longer shirt coat thing just doesn't seem sense. Like the edges of the coat do, but that's where it ends. I don't know why you'd have a tunic that lasts way, way longer. And I suppose they're trying to give him like capri or knicker length pants, but it wasn't what he wore anyway. But whatever. And then they have a lovely little kitty cat, which I think we've seen elsewhere, or something very similar to it. But it's supposed to stand in for... supposed to stand in for Mrs. Norris. So I will say, I don't know how well it shows on camera, but they've done a great job of giving the cat, in this case, orange printed eyes, whereas Mrs. Norris would have had sort of like red ones, but neither here or there. That's actually pretty nice detail. But I like that. They've gone so far as to print on little whiskers on her face as well. So those really don't show on camera, but very slight difference right below her nose. And there's some ball printing on her chest and stuff, which is really cool. I like that. So we're adding on to the base we had earlier. Oh, dang, please. So, means I can turn the background again. Actually, that looks really weird. I'm going to switch up. Oh, wrong one. Oh, we already saw that one. Okay. Itchy nose. Right now, our new question of the day is, what's the most evil thing you own? Clearly, that's one of those things that could change any minute. Moving stuff around here, I think I've got a little bit of dust that I shook loose, or else shedding I've been like hair or something. I just had to scratch my nose. Okay. What's the most useful thing you own? Of course, that would change as you go. Play. So, it's 1:15 at our house. I'm just hearing the Munchkins coming home upstairs. But I think that's... Oh, it's the gray one. The other one. That's a dark gray with a lip on it. I want the one with the hole in it. Okay. So that suggests, because we've got some on the bottom, and now we're adding ones with a hole in the top, then we are headed back down the path of, at some point, using the little gray one handy. Yeah, there we go. At some point, we're going to probably... Ooh! Nearly dumped one of my other Lego trays. No go. Go. Then we're probably use another one of these sets of pins. They'll stick out of something else, and I'll end up matching up with these to help connect chunks of the build together. Lego has, with the Harry Potter builds, gone modular, but there's been 2 waves of it. So, first wave of the first wave of the modern Harry Potter Lego that's quasi-modular was in 2018 to 2020, and then second wave 2021 and 2022, and those 2 waves are great, except they don't modularize with each other. So because they don't modularize with each other, I've got some of each, and had at one time, well, still, I guess, mostly gone with, oh, well, I've got a zone that does X part of the story, I'm done. Yeah, not so much. I've seen people that do try and put both waves together, and there's a lot more foofra and fiddling because neither wave fully covers the entire castle. But that said, a little bit frustrating. Like, for example, I'm not a huge fan of snakes. Not them, but they're just not something I'm really into. Yet I will admit, in the 2018 to 2020 run, I was disappointed a little bit in the fact that they gave in the Great Hall set, they did provide a representation or a snake design for Justinian for the Basilisk from book 2. However, there was no basement of any sort whatsoever, not even an appropriate room to stick in. I mean, it's like Fluffy the three-headed dog just standing in the hallway. Not great for those who want to diorama-ize things. Or though... Oh. So that didn't work out well, but then now that they've got that set, I had already gone, oh, well, you know, they've got what they need to for representing that part of the story. I didn't expect anything else. So I have not actually purchased the rather involved set of the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, come on. Butterfingers. It just means that I need to sort of suck it up and get on that, just because it's a much more appropriate setting, diorama style, for doing that part of the story. And so I'd rather, you know, catch that sort of thing before it becomes ridiculously expensive due to getting discontinued. It seems there's almost always that level of something being discontinued, price rockets to the roof, because there are people who buy multiple copies, some to build and some to simply invest in, and there's a few who even buy them because they know they're going to be worth money, and they have zero intention of building them ever in the first place. So, I don't know why you would do that, honestly. I mean, if you're going to have an investment set, I'd also have a build set, but, you know, not everybody's made of money. I'm one who just builds, not for an investment, just for me. As we started out, there was a question of the day that said, what childish thing, or what thing do you get told you're too old for, but that you still enjoy? And, Lego. Yeah, Lego's it. Which explains some of my interest in Minecraft, because, oh, yeah, I put those on wrong. Turn inwards. That explains part of my interest in Minecraft, and also part of my frustration with vanilla Minecraft, is just that it has been very accurately compared to digital Lego. However, the palette of parts be a little lacking at times, hence the reason I'm actually a relatively big fan of some of the more building-focused mod packages. Overlaid again, oh well. Some of the more building-focused mod packages are quite the treat, because then you can get other people's ideas of what some of best building shapes to work with. And, I mean, in all honesty, I like vanilla Minecraft other than a lot of these build packages. However, frequently there's also other things thrown in, just because I can't be bothered. Take the time, aside from quality of life mods maybe, take the time to make sure all the various mods work with each other, not in Minecraft. So you often get things that some way change how the game is played. That change how the game acts and behaves played, or has extra story to it, I guess. We're gonna get a piece of shelving. Once again, step 28. If I was to be in Maribel Jade's channel, name a step. There you go. I did step 28. Ta-da! So, once again, just to be clear for those of you that are not in Maribel Jade's channel, he doesn't actually stop there. It's more that it's a single step if it's a complex step. But if it's a ridiculously simple step, then she will actually do more than one. So, I want to clarify that. She doesn't actually stop there and make people look like fools. or rip people off of their panel point style stuff. So yeah, definite clarification needed there. But it's one of those funny things that we've both commented on in the past, that some of the steps are just ridiculous. Kind of cheap, I suppose. But that's the game for you, right? You have to manage life. That's not a life reference in a big way. It's more... I'm looking... Step 31, please? Step 31. Oh, okay. I figure out what the red looking is on the right, because I'm going, I don't have a too wide piece. That's because I want vertical studs to work out something. Gray one's in the middle. But yeah, fairness to others. It's actually funny. There was a kit. I was going to build the Hogwarts Hospital wing on stream in my reboot server chunks. So when the server reboot, I was building 5 minutes here and there, and less people redeemed more. Which is to say, because I was offering the 5 minutes, people weren't redeeming more. That's neither here or there. The point where I'm going with this part is to say that that she was building the Hogwarts Hospital wing. I thought, well, her building the Hogwarts Hospital wing and me building it kind of at the same time, not so productive for anybody. So I put that one off and did the magical trunk instead. I don't regret it, but another set that I'm itching to build, it was just too many pieces for me to do a test stream, see how long it took to build something. I mean, when you're a parent at home and you're not streaming or whatever, then you're dealing with kids and stopping to answer the door or so on and so forth. I mean, a lot of stuff my husband does, but sometimes you just got interruptions here and there, snacks, breaks, washroom, yada yada yada, and so jumped again. So snacks, breaks, washroom, and so on, and so things take a little bit longer. So I didn't know how long it was going to build the flying lesson on stream. That one instead. But I've still got the hospital wing and it's waiting to get to it. Not all. Apple Watch. Most useful thing you own. Ooh! I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. I could agree with that very clearly. I would probably, I guess, given that suggestion, probably maybe either the Apple Watch or the iPhone itself. No bones about it. When I'm not streaming, I'm probably an iPhone addict. Huzzah! Okay. But, yeah, I'd say the Apple Watch. Although I don't, I don't deny that the reason the reason I was given the Apple Watch for, which was partly because it was cool, a cool gadget, does a lot of neat things, but also partly because it was to help me just put down my phone, because I was falling into a lot of the trap of, while I'm here, I will do blah blah blah, whatever the thing was. And now I still do a fair bit of that, but not anywhere near as much as I used to. But once I fall down a hole, like say Discord, for example, it would not be just the message that I originally was notified about. Fortunately, then becomes all messages from all the Discords that I am currently subscribed to, currently a member of. And sometimes it takes responding, and yeah. Yes. So that's quite a rabbit hole to fall down. And yet, at the same time, I'm quite bluntly cop to the fact that I have FOMO, which is an acronym for fear of missing out. But what that generally means is that something's bypassed me. Then I kind of go, oh no! And yet, sometimes knowing about it makes it worse. Yeah. Actually, I won't be real to say that I know what you mean, but the heart monitoring is pretty serious. I used to have a Fitbit, and so yeah, being notified about your heart rate, even at sort of a healthy person's level, to say, hey, you walk more, your heart rate's too low, yada yada, is really useful. I also use it now based off of heart rate, I guess, and yeah, that's the one. I use it for monitoring heart rate and gyro. I use it for monitoring tossing and turning in bed, what sort of quality of sleep I'm getting. Part of the reason I do that is that both Fantastic Sherlock Fox and I snore. So, because of that snoring, we're curious to see, is it as bad as we think? Who's snoring more? And there's something we need to do about it. But if there's a lot of noise in the room, could be snoring, combined with either the same person or more commonly the opposite person tossing and turning around at the same time, that does bring the microphone values up, according to what it hears in the room. Pardon me. But also gives an idea. So if I'm tossing and turning a lot, and he's getting a high volume level and snore score, and whatever's bleeding over to my side of the room may be disturbing me. But conversely, we've discovered that on occasion it's the other way around, and I don't even have to have a head cold to make that happen. So, yeah. Not such a good score after all, but I use the watch for that. And it's also kind of nice because well, let's give last night an example. So what I do sometimes is I'll get watching a show, or watching a stream more commonly. Streamers can sometimes go overtime, particularly when they raid into each other in different time zones. You'll find that, oh hey, I was going to shut down when this person ended, but they raided into somebody interesting in a completely different time zone. I'll find it, enjoying myself watching a stream, and then it becomes this one. I don't know if that one. Last night it was like completely out. And I'm not going to say how long I was out, but let's just say it's embarrassing. Embarrassingly long. I woke up with like a big pink mark all over the side of my face with my hands. And my glasses had a line up on the side of my head because I had pushed it in and, that kind of stuff. And I decided that it was far too close to Fantastic Sherlock Fox's get up for work time. So, well, far closer than it should be. So I said, yep, forget this, I'm going off to bed. Weirdly though, the person I fell asleep during, really enjoying Lammy Pie's, like This Is Lammy Pie, one of her streams. And then we raided, I guess, apparently across to, what's it used to? Sec. This bar, I'll show you on the camera what it's bugging me. You see in the light on the camera, there's something about the way the made that's showing there. And so I'm knowing that this is on the floor, right up against a shelf. But I'm just going to over. Got the unmarred side on the top. Weird, I know, but hey. Anyways, I woke up during Stella's stream. Yeah. Stella Gaming, Australia. But of course, as many of you who watch Carnage Joe with me, Stella stream. She's an all like that is her job, so that's an all-day streamer. But also, what time it is for Joe when Joe is doing her streams, which for me, like tonight would be. I think her slot is now 11 p.m. my time till 1 a.m. my time. And so, I think she said that was about like 3 in the afternoon her time on the very next day. So yeah, I have no idea really what time. I wasn't paying attention, but suffice to say, regardless of which time zone you are in Australia, if you are in an Australian time zone, you are definitely not in a time zone where I should stay up, in most cases. So, yeah, suffice to say, I fell asleep during one and woke up during another. Embarrassing and non-productive, and probably contributed partly to why I had a rough remainder of the night last night. One of the little pieces. One of the tube things, a crystal. Okay, yeah, these are only two. Okay. These ones look more jar-esque compared to what we have, whereas the back ones were double height, and that's just odd. One. Crystal, not the inverted flat stud thing. Crystal cap as opposed to flat top cap. So, at some point, round about whatever's lunchtime for me, I will probably see if I can get a tip from Fantastic Shock Box on what might make it better while we do a bit of a stretch and so on. Also, if you guys see me slouching, aside from like leaning on a hand or whatever, please do let me know. I can do a stretch and a posture check and all that kind of jazz. I'm finding I love my chair, but I don't stay sitting up in it all that often. I often slouch in. And the bottom is still in the lumbar region in the back, just fine. No problems there. Not sliding forward or anything. But the top part I just tend to slouch over. Dowager's helps run in my family, so it's just a given I'm going to get one. But suffice to say, that's not encouraged any earlier than absolutely necessary. Okay. Take your time. One. Full brown piece. Other things? That's full. I mean, it's this gold thing. Better. I don't know what else to call these things. It's like a handle or a tap. I keep thinking of them as being a tap. No hole in the top. That would be kind of cool actually, that if they drilled a hole in the top, just put the feather in. Plenty of other things. Single black stud. It's like, okay. That's hard to see on your screens, so I do totally get that. So this is going to be Dumbledore's. Cheers! So, definitely not the American Resolute desk, but here. I have gone and got stuck too. Not the American Resolute desk, but then again, in the Wizarding World is resolute about any. A little further over. Static. It's static, they get crooked. Sadly so. That's close enough. Alright. Now let's put one. Better. Hume is supposed to stand for well. Oh, it's got a okay. So the clear piece that I just added, that clear piece does have a hole on top for the feather. Assuming then we're supposed to go with this as being like a quill stuck into the inkwell. Handle piece of desk lamp. Yep. Yep. Right. That's going right here. Righty. Next. Gecko. Ah. This one. I'm going to show you this before we assemble. Doesn't this cute little bird thing, or yeah, there you go. This little bird thing is what LEGO has provided to stand in next to the fox. Of course, proportions are funky because a lot more lanky, skinny of birds, but Red Robin thing is just adorable, regardless. Bird perch. Oh. Tipping all the cameras and stuff, getting where am I working? That's one side. Front. On a cockeyed angle, fantastic. Infer. Missed the bird. Wait. And we actually have a stand for sorting hat, which is a nice refresher. Because we don't always get a stand for it. And it tends to just sit on stools. Get no support, I guess. Falls off. In please. There. Alright, what's next? Rounding off the top edge. Fairly certain I heard my youth go back out again. So probably they've got plans for their friends. Either that or they had gone back out after mentioning here earlier. I've got kids in 2 different grades, so they used to, well, briefly they walked together coming home after school. That was the tail end of last year. The reason is that the school did not want to release kids except to either a parent or a parent-approved sibling from another grade who was already old enough to be allowed to walk themselves home. Once they sorted that out, kids walked themselves home at the tail end of last year. This year they both decided, no, we're both allowed to walk home on our own without having to connect up with our siblings, so we're just gonna do that. I mean, if they happen to see each other on the street home, then they will, but like they'll walk together, but most of the time they don't. Sometimes they'll walk together part way and then split off. One will come home and one will go off and hang with their friend. Oh, that's the end of that bit. Crossbeam, front section. But you can see the button slot in it they're looking for. Up. This build's reminding me a little bit of when I got, what is it called? I can't remember the official name at the moment, but it was basically the bathroom where Hermione mixed up a polyjuice potion, and so that kit, and then the top is very much like this. It's just the modular design. But because I didn't have anything I wanted to do with it, and it was the first one that was modular like that for me, then I was instead, that was where I was actually mounting a lot of these guys, purple people. So because I would just keep it as is and not putting it part of a bigger thing, that's where a lot of the purple pieces have gone. Eventually I'm probably going to get a spare base plate and just big display out of all the purple. Duplicates included, because I don't tend to trade things away. Okay. Got new panel. Here. This one up there for now. Oh, too much shadow. Okay, so we've got this thing, and do it twice. 2. One. Here. Or the little pyramid. These are, they look good, but they're annoying on. For some reason I find them really slippery. Drop. There's the first one, little pyramid-shaped pieces on it. You'll have to adjust one of them because it's all crooked, but fun. But I find those pieces really slippery. They use something very much like it on a lot more of the first wave of the Harry Potter castle roof. A lot more of those little, but wedges on the roof, and I just thought that was a very nice touch. It gave the roof tiling some non-stud-based texture. These will go on either end of edges, yeah. Go on either end of the fold on here. Next. Oh, we're on to third bag. Okay. Being as we only have 5 bags, I think this is a good chance just for me to take a quick, refresh, stretch, fill up the water bottle, that sort of thing. I'm just going to quickly head over to the Be Right Back screen and get that done, and then we'll come back. Come back and be able to open up bag 3. So, enjoy for just a couple minutes, and we will see you very, very shortly.
Hello there.
Are we asleep yet? Hi, Lyric. Sorry I missed your arrival. I do apologize for that. And Lyric is now my biggest fan. Wow. That's actually a fun redeem. For those of you that are not familiar with it or haven't had the chance to look, down below, the biggest fan redeem is kind of a tongue-in-cheek amusing element where the biggest fan price goes up each time. So if you're having problems finding it, it has gone from being at the bottom of the list right next to the first clue redeem, which only took 1 point, and the hide rates have gone up to 50, or not gone up, but they're at 50, etc. And the biggest fan, every time you claim it, it adds 5 more clues required. So it has now managed to climb its way down the list of redeemable items down to below a lot of our standard redeems, so it's now sitting at 175 to be the biggest fan. Currently, it appears to be Lyric, who is my biggest fan. I will sometimes get an odd swap out from Swanky or occasionally Mr. Emperor Owl, or Owl Poppins, as some may know him. But often it's get Lyric, Benson, or Swanky sort of fighting over it. Okay, so we're back. Bag 3. Now, most useful thing we own. When it comes to day-to-day life, I would definitely say it's my Apple Watch. I mean, I've got a rather crazy busy face. It says no items, but that's just because I'm in streaming mode. I have no actual appointments today. Just because it didn't pick up on the calendar correctly for today's stream. But that's what happens when you put the stream in the calendar midday yesterday. That's probably it. Most useful thing, aside from piece of electronics. What would I say I use most? Actually, honestly, it is my Yeti mug. You know, it's like people go back and forth between hydro flasks and Yetis, really. But I would say it's my Yeti mug. I don't know if it's just things take on coffee stains, or if it's just the way we clean them. The vast majority of the time that it's almost always my Yeti mug that is being used for coffee. I don't usually use it for tea. I actually have a loose leaf pressed tea mug for that. Not a Yeti one, unfortunately. But the loose leaf... Ooh. Background off. The loose leaf tea mug is quite helpful, and I mean, it's one of those things where tea isn't as great in its mid-lukewarm stages, but I don't mind it cold, whereas I don't particularly like my coffee cold. Thing about Yeti mug, though, is if you're one of those people who likes things kept cold, like cold and kept cold, then you're gonna like a Yeti mug. Or if you like things hot and definitely kept hot, you're gonna like a Yeti mug. They're expensive, no doubt about it. You know, and I'm pretty sure... Oh. I'm going to ask you more about that very shortly, Lyric. But very distinctly, with the Yeti mugs, like, they're expensive. No bones about that. However, I find that they're worth it. Because, like, the huge score for me is that it's just too hot when you first make the coffee in the morning, and I often have to twist out... Oh. Okay. Oh. Too hot, and I actually have to twist out center plug section and just let it sit on the counter to cool off. Or, before I can use it, sometimes I'll just put in ice to go with it. Whereas a tea, in my tea press mug, I actually don't mind iced tea or lukewarm tea or any kind of tea. It just is. I don't want it burning my mouth, so, you know, let it sit and it'll cool off. It's fine. But Yeti mugs are far more, they retain their temperature. And the big score for me actually was when we had got, I don't know if we got one or she bought it herself, but it was my mother-in-law has a Keurig machine, one of those, you know, single serve pod dealios. Though she's bought the pods to use her own coffee. But anyways, point to that was that even though the liquid comes out at 195 degrees Fahrenheit, She says that it does not retain that temperature for long enough for her to ever have what she considers hot coffee. I don't know about you, there is no way that I can actually put up with coffee anywhere near that hot to begin with. I like cold things, but, you know, I'm just not a fan of burning my tongue. I guess maybe that's what it is. I'm just sensitive to tongue burns. And so she did the thing where, like a teapot, or a tea cup, I guess, where it's highly recommended that you preheat it before you use it, so hot water in and stuff. That's kind of it's annoying, and that's kind of a pain to do for a coffee cup in the morning. I mean, you're tired, you know, coffee and all that. And she doesn't want to bother. Can't blame her. So, our score with the Yeti mug was we got her one as a birthday gift in the summer, I think it was. I'm trying to remember if it was birthday gift in the summer or if it was Christmas gift. I think it might have been birthday. Here's hot coffee all year round. And that actually did it. That did the trick. No preheating the mug, no nothing. She just lets the Keurig machine pour it in and off she goes. That's that. And she uses punch with it. So for me, that sold me on it. I mean, they're expensive. I'd rather wait and save up if the right person needed a mug of that caliber. Mine, as you guys saw on camera there, mine has character. Got a character dent. I'm not pleased with the fact that I did that. I dropped it off something at Scout Camp, and yeah, it got a dent, which is disappointing, but on the other hand, twice now it has saved me from the fact that I have not bothered to put a name label on it. Like the dent has saved me from not having a name label on the mug, and that has just been, oh yeah, it's the dented one, it's hers. Well, frankly, it's just what they call it, even though there are a couple other scouters that have the exact same mug, scratched up, and theirs is just a different color. You know, that simple. Alright. I haven't even got to the shiny bags yet. Good grief. Sometimes it feels like there's a bazillion pieces in these things. So, Lyric, you said you damaged your Apple Watch in a saw blade yesterday by just bumping it. Now, is it your screen actually cracked, or is it actually just, like, scored and scraped? I had one, an earlier version of the Apple Watch where I had scuffed it up so bad. I wouldn't say horribly so, but from certain angles it was difficult to read. So, what the cracks, can't do much about it. But as far as the scuffing and scoring part of it went, I went to, happened to be a pop-up booth in my local mall, but it was a booth that would buff your phone first. I think they don't do it anymore, but I think at one point they might have also have done like that whole screen-based crack filler stuff, like people can rub on their glasses. Not crack filler, scratch filler. And then you put over top of it, basically with their major product, and they call it Ghost Armor. But it's a flexible screen protector type thing. And they put it on nice and smooth, it sticks to the original glass and whatever. And truthfully, they're not kidding when it can save your phone or your screen from being keyed. It can save it against drops, smacks, smashes. I had tried it with my phones. I had used before something called it's a competitor, Zag's Armor. I don't know if it was Invisible Armor or something, by Zag, Z-A-G-G. At the time when I used it, customers had to apply it themselves. Now, occasionally you'll find places in the mall where they'll have a pro installer do it. I could see why, because they were probably losing business to this Ghost Armor company. The products are very much the same, but that just having a pro installer do it for you seemed to make a world of difference. Okay, I'm starting to get off-screen stuff here, just as I'm running out of space. It just is. Actually, I do a quick turn on the background so I can see where my upper... Okay, I've got, if I use the top edge of my map, then I know on screen now, but horrible lighting. But it won't be on screen when I turn the background on. Efig's there. Or... Okay. So you cracked it. Saw blade repair shop. Oh. I'm curious, what type of saws are we talking about? Because I've never heard of a saw blade repair shop. That's kind of cool. We're talking like industrial saws? Carbide makes plenty of sense. But we're talking circular. Varying them sounds weird, so I think like circular, straight, I guess toothed. That's kind of cool. But there's the pins. For chainsaws, I guess, is another one. Ooh, here's our next purple tile, so I will reveal that shortly. Okay, so we've got fancy stuff. I know what we're using that for. Come on, more. Sort of off camera. Back soon. Make any sense at all, if I think about it. Somebody told me once, the more you stream, get used to it, and practice, the easier it is. Some days I think they're off their bean, but I think overall there is something to it. Let's see. Industrial circular saws. Primarily work on steel cutting blades, but we also do wood cutting blades in our shop. Neato. So fairly large ones, I assume, then. Does that mean that you guys, like, resurface the tips when they've got a special edge to them? Or is it a matter of resharpening their blades so they can be reused? That's a really interesting business. I've never actually thought that something like that would need to be done, but it makes sense because those blades are not cheap, and companies probably don't want to replace them left, right, and center. Okay, well, there's the kind of fantasy music I was actually hoping for early on. So I can more accurately say, are we awake yet? Rolly pins. Ooh. They're using the little teeny saws. Like I was using their little teeny drill bit things again. I haven't yet figured out what they're for, but that's kind of neat. They tend to roll away on me, so I have to put them on top of an edge that won't get that roll away. Okay, we've got his hair, body, good there. And those over there. Or bears, probably. A little fussy bit. Sometimes I just want to grab them all and shove them all off to the side. And there's so many. By the way, oh no, let me back that up. Place broken tips and sharpen them. Like anything you sharpen, eventually you need to replace it. Well, yeah. Knock tips with a torch, heating up the tip. Then I grind where the tip sits for the new tip to sit. Oh, I see. Okay. So for the larger circular blades, as I understand it, which is probably wrong, but it sounds like then they, in essence, have their own teeth on the blade itself, and that those teeth occasionally need to be knocked out and replaced. And sometimes, like a dentist, you need to shape the section underneath so that the new fits properly. The same sort of way that you would get like a dental implant, in a way. So we're talking about like saw blades getting the saw blade equivalent of a dental implant. Damaged shoulder. Not sure what that is at all, but so you're quite the hands-on individual. I can see then why you have commented it privately or separately, I should say, about the fact that you like Lego. That makes sense. The metal dentist. Yeah. There you go. Creativity and art. Maybe one of those like junkyard builds. You take a few of the damaged ones that your company would otherwise toss and destroy, and delve into a piece of like bent metal, and get yourself a jawbone. Creepy as all get out. But derailing on yet another tangent, sort of related and sort of not. A now past extended by a marriage family member of mine gentleman had, in his older years, needed to be in a home, and like at a care home. And so when he, while he was there, they had an art program. So you got all kinds of funky, interesting things. The care home was a home specifically for war veterans, as I understand it. So that explains why he was there, not his wife. But anyways, long story made short, where this is going is, so when he passed, people, like, they put out some of his art that either he or his program had made, and one of the problems with the program art was that, for the most part, they were not signed as to who actually made them, who made the various art pieces. So, and sometimes it was just signed with who they were given to, because they often gave them to each other and traded around or whatever inside the facility. Because these guys aren't all out to lunch, they're just, they have their various different reasons. But, after coming back in their later life, sometimes these gentlemen enjoyed simpler pleasures in their little seniors' home style private rooms. Anyways, so when he passed, one of the things at the funeral, they put out some of these pieces of art. Between you, me, and the trees, I would say that his group's art, his art would be rather dubious at best. I got a handmade clay fish serving plate, which had a big fish on it. That was cool. That was neat. Slightly misproportioned and all that, and people probably wouldn't really want you to actually use it for anything, but you probably could if you aligned it properly, for health and safety reasons, whatever. But the weirdest one where this relates to, sort of vaguely, the mouth and the saws and all that stuff, is that there was some, I don't remember exactly what the shape of the thing was, because I traded it or left it behind or something as quick as I could. Anyways, but one of the pieces that was supposedly going to be given to the grandkids was a piece of art that had actually been made with discarded and properly cleaned and sanitized and everything. No freakiness there, but discarded human teeth set in the clay and glazed stuff. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Human teeth. Both molars and some of the more flat ones up front, incisors and so on. It was different, but it unsettled a lot of the service attendees. So I don't know who got stuck with it in the end, but I can guarantee you it was not me. Yeah. And it just seems funny because of all the weirdness and strange things they'd seen as a veteran. Some of them actually saw, major fighting up front, and some of them didn't. But that didn't change whether or not you were a war vet, right? And it just gave people an excuse. Sometimes having been a war vet, whether or not you actually saw a whole lot of frontline service, changed people's perceptions of, oh, well, we'll give this guy a bye. Who knows what he did or didn't see. Once again, more wands. I do not want to lose them. These ones are black. I believe we're putting together Severus Snape, so while I'm busy sorting pieces, rid of the connector sprue and put it in my box of wands. If I go to set up a diorama, I will probably add wands back to characters, but I just haven't got that far. Okay. So we've got everything put back together. Let's background on and off we go. Cool. Off screen temporarily. Okay, so first thing, start with, just getting it out of the road, we have a, you can get it to actually, lights, roughly, maybe, maybe not, there we go. Okay, so you can see, this is one of the gold edition, I believe, one of the gold files. I could be incorrect, but sort of a golden colored border surrounding a picture in the middle a Lego version of a Madame Maxime, who was the headmistress of the French Beauxbatons School of Magic. Beauxbatons, Beauxbaton, on your favorite pronunciation, and for those of you across the pond, I'm probably still getting it out to lunch. But in Canada, our francophone people just put up with the way the Westerners say things. Not super happy about it, but they've seems by and large they've more or less given up on trying to explain it. I'll put that over with the other purple tile from earlier. Okay, and now they want us to do Severus Snape. Pretty basic. Doesn't have anything notable about him. But dual heads, so one's just like a quirky eyebrow and the other one's full-on grumpy. I think at this point I'll go with the quirky eyebrow. Grumpy face with a quirky eyebrow. Now he, unlike the earlier one, earlier Albus and Filch we looked at, Snape does not have printing all down his body. And if I were to be critical, which I might as well be since I've got the time, this will not show. Oh, it's not going to come across in the light. Okay, well, what I was trying to show off was the fact that this one, something about it, the way it's constructed, the long legs themselves have a slightly different color tone to the main leg, like the big actual chunks. Then the little cross piece at the center that connects the whole thing all together. And the only reason I noticed it is when I flipped the character over, and there is lovely printing on his back, this cross beam in the center just picked up the light a little bit differently. So they're both black, no arguments there. It's just the connector battle, I guess, so to speak, a little bit lighter from my point of view than the other black. And it's not just a matter of less gloss, although maybe that could be it. It doesn't seem to be as glossy, maybe or flat, matte black. Okay, anyway. Next, on to a quote-unquote real piece. Alright, back to these two. More epic music there. Oh, filled out, relaxed afternoon picnic, sort of. One. And on 55, we've got a couple of curved pieces, which will help sort out the fact that this was great. What I was just about to say earlier, I should not call anybody out by name because, manners and all that, but just wanted to say if you happen to be lurking in the background, dropping in, that's totally cool. You can come or go as you please. You can stay, you can just chill listening to the prattle and the music, that works too. Whatever works for you, but I just want to say thank you very much for coming by, and I appreciate that you took time out of your day to drop in and spend your day with us. I'm not a radio station. I will never be a radio DJ, but if you can survive it thus far, you are very much appreciated. Alright, where are we here? 58 has a couple little square corners, and I'm trying to figure out where I put them, because last time we used these, I put them in a spot on my desk. So, 9 pin holders. Yes. But with the whole fear of missing out thing, no rush whatsoever, Lyric. When you get time, I won't understand most of your picture with technology about your job anyway, but it's always neat to have the opportunity to learn something. Guarantee that if it gets sent when you've got the time, I will definitely do that. I had a bit of a chuckle this morning. In my somewhat becoming sleepy state last night, I shared on another stream about a we call it a campfire song, but really it's just a chant of sorts. Of course, there's no actual reality to it. But there is a song or chant that arose out of a conversation about a character's Minecraft t-shirt. We were talking about the fact that the person tried to do a Halloween pumpkin on their t-shirt, but it ended up, in the end, being more like a smiley mango. I'm not quite sure where that smiley mango reference came from, But what first thing that occurred to me was a couple of lines from one of the campfire chants or songs that we used at our scout camps. And it basically just starts out, I have a mango. I love the mango. And then just gets water from there. Like, then you repeat the first line, second line, and then you add on a third one. Then you repeat the first three and add on a fourth. And there's always like a hand symbol or hand action to go with it. So in any case, I just mentioned the existence of this thing, and I just know I have a mango song stuck in my head. And they're like, "Oh, what song is that?" And I explained, and they're like, "We need to post that." So I posted it. So this morning, a couple of different people had liked it and said, "I gotta teach my kids that," and I gotta going, "Oh no," because in our group, eventually it became overdone enough that we just put up with the fact that the kids like it. But in all honesty, some of the scout leaders would rather we never ever heard this thing ever again. I think it's just, they have their place. And then there's also, everybody's got their own opinion about delivery and how one shows off the song they're leading. And the one kid in our group who is absolutely enamored with this song and always wants to lead it, personal opinion, doesn't do it very well. That's okay. With my mild musical background and rhythm background and dance and all that sort of stuff, I think I've just decided that I'm overly fussy and I'm probably jaded about it, and she probably does a fantastic job. Some people's voices who work well for oratory things, and there's some people's voices that do not, and my mind falls in the do not category. Okay. Yeah, this one going, it should be the same as the last set, but it's not the last tower because it doesn't have a little feet on the bottom. I know I accidentally broke off one of the when I removed it sticker on, but it doesn't have the little feet of studs that I had put on the last. Ballpark it right in the center. That'll do. Once again, it's brickwork. I'll see about it. Nope. Stickers. Arches. I put arch. Why am I not seeing that one? Oh, there they are. So instead of having an arch like this, what the picture shows, I was looking at them straight down, like that, in which case, not actually going to see that it's neat. Yeah. Not bright. Not bright like these lights are bright. Also learning. Aside from that, I need to figure out my light better. Anyway. I will say, nice not to have the usual tech hiccups I've got, and additionally nice not to, additionally nice to actually have everything. I did not end up needing to pull back my OS as I thought I might. Beef. Let's just say I had to read the friendly manual a bit more to actually properly use features in OBS 28. And once I did that, all was hunky-dory again. But the channel does need a new, I shouldn't say new, a rebranding, a look, a refreshing. But I just haven't settled on what I want that look to be. So we're going to go with status quo a little bit until I figure that one out, because priority really is less the look or content in terms of, like, if a person is interesting. Actually, here's an analogy. I have no art talent in terms of stuff like that. However, sometimes I liken the stream a little bit to trying to watch The Joy of Painting with Bob Ross, which, by the way, I actually absolutely loved. But one of the things I found interesting about that set is literally he had a black backdrop, farther back than I'm using, Hi! Thank you very, very much for the hype sticker. By the way, that hand drawing was actually the reason it has not been corrected to be squared up and stuff like a lot of the pro stickers are. And pro art is because that one was hand drawn for me by Sheep Queen, my daughter. So it is going to stay all kinds of awesomely crooked and serve the funky elements that she put into it, just because I think it would change it if I fixed it. I talked about getting it straightened up. I've asked her to do it a couple times, but she has not. And frankly, now that I think about it, I kind of can't blame her, and I don't want her to fix it. Three more of those things. Where did I put them? So I had lined up. Oh, they're there. I'd lined up 3 of these pieces in one spot, and then I apparently didn't pay any attention. I lined up 4 more elsewhere, but I couldn't find them. And it, yeah. Thank you very much for the sticker. Bye. Uh-huh. Yeah, I do not want to fix that sticker now. I will actually probably at some point ask her to draw some more, but because I don't have a look or a feel or a theme, kind of make it a little bit harder to either ask them to draw more or to get paying somebody to do art for my stream, because that one down again. Because you kind of need to know what you want. But where it's going with this connection to the joy of painting is that he's got Bob Ross has a black backdrop, and he's got his canvas he's actually working on, and he's got his paint brushes and whatever, and he often wears a fairly bright, like light colored shirt, which can cause havoc with studio cameras and studio lighting. But that's it. Like, it's not a fancy one. Even the gentleman who did the same show before him, who strangely enough was his teacher, weirdly enough. But anyway, even the gentleman who did the show before him on public broadcasting and stuff, the only other thing he had different was he actually had a solvent bucket down below. So he cleaned his brushes. So actually, I think Bob Ross might have had one too. But it used to make me smile because that was it. Like, it was the simplicity. And what was key to the program was content for both of the artists. Got this piece of the room. Now they want us to build what... Oh, I see. This is the pensive. Got circle, bowl, one little mount-ish thing. And that cool-looking, sparkly frosted thing I had earlier. First, we've got bowl, then we've got mount, pedestal, then the mount. I'm doing this way up against the lighting. That's not good. There we go. That's the pedestal and the mount. Attach the piece of the bowl thing up. Put the frosted top of that. And mount that inside the tower. Build. There we go. Drink. Why do I keep doing? Going too far. When I built there. One. Oh, I see. Let's actually look at the rest of the piece. Got a couple of wedges of... Come on. I won't just forget to roll forward, I will actually give steps. 71. Starting with 12 little pieces. 4 little. 20 squares. Edges. Candles. Wedges. Wedges. L brackets. In case you're curious, sorry about the zooming in and out thing. My face cam has an auto zoom feature, and I've tried turning it off. What it promptly does is it makes the whole thing, makes it itty bitty. Yeah. I just let it do its thing. So if I lean in, it'll repurpose, position, all that jazz. Oh, head. Okay. French. Fantastic show at Fox. I appreciate more stickers. Are you on lunch break? Yeah. Glad you liked it. Oh, okay, so definitely going to need to sort out lighting because it's kind of bugging me. There is a brightness setting on the lamps. The problem is it just not on. Munchkin done. Yep. The lamp is supposed to get brighter and brighter and brighter, and it goes around the end dimmer again, but neither getting brighter nor dimmer. We'll just go with it. Alright. Not ideal, but hey. Alright, so dark. That got a couple of the side of power. Bracket on the bottom. They're leveling it off with a second little square. Then, and then, and yeah. At the moment I'm good, but thank you very much. Question. I'm probably going to roll until either I'm done or more likely my stomach just makes funky. Which don't have any clue whether that's going to happen sooner or one. Up. Go. Consider wedge going opposite direction on the other side. All the same except for direction of. I need to double check that to see correctly. Square, no. Otherwise it would not fit. Don't know about you, but I'm happy with the lighting that we've got at the moment. I can put my here, and it's bright, but it's not going green. Alright. Basic. Side walls, or the side doorways, I suppose. We'll give Lego Insta credit for something interesting. I mean, they built all this at once, right? Print these. And yet some sets have you actually put them all together with the varying arch piece. I like that this is all one piece because one of the criticisms I've heard out of a different set for Harry Potter theme, things like the Ministry of Magic, it's got modular rooms as well. They don't fit the sort of the MOC mock modular scale or whatever that's popular. But the Ministry of Magic has a big arch middle. Well, it's not even arch, it's like just sort of like a flat connector towers. But the thing is that makes the set somewhat fragile, and trying to move it from one shelf to another, it frequently lifted underneath towers very carefully, because otherwise, if you try to grab it on the side, you often will like offset your hands, and the whole thing just chunks come apart. That's a big pain in the butt. So for the sets to be all one piece here, it just means far less spots where something could disconnect and come apart. And on either side. What I will say is I do, last comment on the lighting, I promise. I'll let it go. What I will say is it gives me a lot more appreciation for people who can get this right, and the massive amount of effort that they went through to get it right, whether they spent they spent lots of dollars on better lights, or they've mapped out the lighting available in their recording space or whatever. For gaming, it's far less critical, because the lighting is based on the screen, like pretty cut and dried. So I will say those that do makers and crafting type channels, even one of the ones that Dadcraft73 has, shout out by the way, verbally, one of the ones that he's introduced us to is a gentleman by the name of Old Man Chadley, who's doing very interesting cross-stitch project, and even the lighting for something like that. Like, you've got your work light, which is one thing, but the work light that helps you see well, particularly as we age, hence the old man reference, for the work lighting, it does not come across well on camera at all. No bones about that one. So managing to get it looking good so that people can actually watch while he's cross-stitching, amount of effort. I mean, some people just have an innate sense and it works. And some people have to tweak at it for hours. And I don't know which camp he falls in, but one of those ones where he definitely figures he gets it right. Another one who gets it right that I have not been able to figure out quite what he's doing, other than maybe better overhead lighting, I suppose, is local brick shop. He's doing obviously a lot of Lego on stream. Like that's his bag thing. And so he has the lighting right as well. I don't know what it is they've done, but I appreciate the effort they go through. Oh, I get it. No? Anyway, done with that lighting whining topic. Sometimes to me, to hang out with other people's streams and organically, it's not the word for it, but learn more about that person because of the type of stream that they would be liable to encourage you to try out via who they raid. Most of the time, the raids make sense in terms of, like, a person started, let's say one person built Lego. So they raid out to somebody who's also either discussing or building Lego. I mean, that makes sense, right? Or people who, crafters tend to raid out to Minecrafters. Some of the ones that kind of oopses a lot and doesn't always follow that particular pattern, which has kicked me a little bit in terms of viewership numbers, but sometimes it's nice to hang out with groups and have something shift like that. Like every once in a while a viewer will have maybe a recommendation from their chat that they look into and decide they want to try, or it might be their mods that recommend something or make the choice. And I've bumped into really neat streams. Like, I would not have found the local brick shop if it wasn't for, I think Marble Jade was the one that introduced them. And it just so happens that he's in the country I am, so that was both interesting and very convenient. But I mean, another one that I've explored a similar vein is I was hanging out in one of DadCraft73's awesome streams, and he asked, they being the mods, to read out to somebody they trusted and recommended, and so we got my first exposure to David Turner music, which is, how do I put it? I think some of the descriptors, sometimes it's described as house, though some of it might be more EDM type music, but it's something I would not normally have gone looking for. You know, you're looking for basically a good dancing radio kind of thing. To go to Twitch is not my first instinct, but I actually will admit I've, at odd hours when there's nobody else I wanted to watch on, I've now actually gone looking for unusual, off-the-wall, out of my comfort zone, usual boxes streamers now. Whether it be different topics or whether it be different. Okay. Now it's looking for the sword, and the funny part was I had shoved it underneath Harry's cloak from earlier, so I couldn't find it. Now, I was trying to get this one to show up closer. Oh, that's actually not bad. Okay, so it's a little bright, but you can see they've got inset little plastic jewels on the ends of this sword. And I really like that detail. I have contrasting thing handy. One sec. Oh, yep, I do. Okay. I've got, this is one of my Lego sword boxes, because little tiny parts. So, what I half expected, because the way they would have done it in 2001, Lego, would be something like this. That's what I would have expected Lego to include for a sword. That's the sort of direction they were taking back then. Whereas with the Gryffindor sword this time, you can definitely see the level of detail, used both in the plastic molding and in the fact that they didn't set those reds. I really am pleased with the newer, where they went that far, because that's a custom-made piece, whereas this one is just run-of-the-mill. Like, I mean, I have a ton of those. I shouldn't say a ton, but I have a bunch of those. As a result of getting the Harry Potter Lego set done in black and white. So, the Gryffindor sword just clips in here. And that section gets arches. Full pyramids. On. Down. Oh, my hands look really... There, that's better. Okay. I have to trick the camera into actually focusing. Okay, so we've got those. Edge. There we go. Alright, so each of these arches gets a pyramid. Twitch gang! Sorry. Reference to one of the other channels my kids like to watch. They joke about Scrap Mechanic, and I'm not sure what the other gang is, but they've got Wedge Gang, and then there's some other one, and it's just sort of a joke thing. One group prefers wedge shapes, and one prefers other shapes, and silliness. But that's just what got stuck in my head briefly. There was Wedge Gang for life, which is cool. I'd say late gang for life, but I'm not really part of the late gang in the sense people it. My late is like Dylan standard time, which, as I've commented in the past, is anything but standard. All those things you can never predict all seem to come to a head or confluence at the same time, right when you're about to stream. You know? So, one of the things people say, prepare, prepare, prepare. Well, everything worked when I was doing the testing last night. But, you know, go to actually stream today? Not so much. That's okay. Okay. So, 6 arch. 2 pieces. Most useful thing you have. You know, I guess, being as I like to stream, that's about it. Probably my computer. I mean, I can stream from my phone and fun. But if I didn't have a computer, I couldn't play some of the games I want to play. I didn't have a computer. Handling today's mass communication, like email, a big pain. Social media is a thing. I'm afraid as much as like or dislike it, it's not going away. I don't usually do social media on my computer, but sometimes things like Twitter or Discord or whatever are a lot more comfortable in our PC, desktop and or web page, you know, browser formats than they are more comfortable than they are on my phone or even my tablet. Let's face it, actually, my tablet, I bought an external keyboard for it, running the same M1 chip, good number of the Apple, remember, not the, well, the Airs, but some of the MacBooks. Right? So by the time I get a keyboard, an M1 chip, and more of the Apple ecosystem available apps are actually able to run on desktop for the MacBook, that for practicality purposes, I effectively have myself Chromebook equivalent of an Apple ecosystem. All I did was buy the keyboard because, well, keyboard, okay, and I also bought a stylus, but that was just because I like being able to notes. Huh. Oh, okay. Not expect the power would actually slide underneath, like the curves. I somehow thought that it was going to naturally end. I was wondering where the piece would fit in the middle, but there isn't one. I read it wrong. Up and down. Up. Oh, too far. Can't leave them. My scroll sensitivity is quite high, where it snaps to the next roll point. Fine for gaming, not so much for pages. I have long hair. I love the long hair, but sometimes I wish it would stay back. I can ponytail it. Problem with ponytails, I find that my hair gets more tangled if I use a ponytail than if I just let it sit free. It gives me something else nervous to do sometimes. You've seen, if you were actually to do a compilation of the number of times Dylan has flipped over her shoulder, you could probably get at least 5 to 10 minutes, possibly as much as a half an hour over the course of the entire time I've ever streamed. But it's better than doing something like, you know, nose on camera, which I'm sure people have accidentally done and not really realized it. Just something. Thankfully, I hope I've never done it. Thankfully, I hope. I don't know. Didn't hope it, I'd be probably crazy. One. There we go. Ooh, more stickers. Yay! Little shape. Here. Airs. Shedding everywhere. Ballpark the size. Probably a little offset, or doesn't hang over though. Not gonna worry about it because if I was to, it would damage this. But it'll do. So on, bumps up front, Now I need add. Oops. One. Curve section. Okay. Find out what the drill bit's for. Yay. Drill bit. Handle. Oop. Thing. Everyone's cool. I don't know what you call it. Kind of like a cone with a hole sticking out the top. A Christmas tree, to be honest with you. Maybe that's because some of the other sets that did have the Yule Ball and whatnot in them, do have a Christmas-esque vibe to them. What I paused to look at is just there's a little, once again, another one of those dots where plastic while it was being made. I just wanted to make sure I got it on a spot where I didn't think I was going to see all that often. There. I am. Oh, I see, okay. This. There. And that whole chunk on top of working on it in this direction. It wants us to turn it around and oh. Come on, walk on. This is the other reason I don't like these floor pieces. Like when they're only pinned by a few studs. I get that they want to be modular and things to come apart. Sometimes, if you don't line up quite right, they just don't want to snap on. Alrighty. Now we're doing additional deco, like. Set that tower section aside.
Hello. Hello.
Hello! How are you doing, Owl Poppins? You. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. I'm hoping that was a keyboard mash. Welcome on in, good to see you. All things considered, how are you doing today? Always good to get a little bit of variety in viewership with some of the great people in the Twitch community. If your lettering GSIU is an acronym, I would love to know what that means. Because I'm not so hot on acronyms. I will admit, when I first saw it, it took me months to figure out what SMH meant in parlance. No credit for being swift here. Drill tops? Drill sections, maybe? Get one of the bitty tips. Back up the remaining 3. 2 and 3. Front end. Back. We need to have one. Oh, got lucky. Alright. Back side of that with these holes. Got a couple of the connector pins. Pop in one end. Oop. bottom of that, they've got a couple of flat circles. And, well, light brown stud. Oh. I'm kind of curious what they're using that for. On such a... hoping it's just purely decorative. Back, yes? Kinda. Blend clear, but we'll go with it at the back. Hang over. Okay, so now back to this chunk. Oh. And then the 3 holes on the side there. 2 of them are just going to take on. If I can actually get the line up. There we go. A little bit of a... helps if I put it better. A little bit of a wibbly wobbly line. It holds well enough. But if you have a desk that does this sort of thing, right? It just micro wobbles. Not ideal. But then again, I'm not intending to put characters flying or something off of it. Alright. 6. So we bring back this piece on earlier. Turn it all around. Now we're taking the tower that we built thus far and snapping those 2 together. Fun. I'm going to actually move this way because I can't zoom out anymore. Right? That. Just like, cock your head to the side to get all of it at once, right? Alright. Next up, one more bag. So, before I do, stretch. Whoa. Stretch. Go on. We had a notice in our neighborhood, but in our city. Posted. Oh, is it? We had a notice in our neighborhood about some fauna's animals. Flora, I guess. Flourishing in the drinking water. Now, it's been determined you're never going to see it because it's not visible. Background. And never going to see this flora. And it's been determined by the scientists to be entirely harmless. It happens sort of seasonally. I think it has to do with additional nutrients in the water. And they say it lasts for about a month in the water system, like in our reservoirs and stuff, and then it goes away. It dies off or whatever. But in the meantime, say for approximately a month and a half or so, our water's going to taste funny. That's definitely not funny, haha. So this one. Oh, water bottle. There we go. It's a Brita filter that's got one of those tubular carbon filters inside. But the straw part's so thick. Probably due for a change, but whether it's new or old, it still does not move the taste of whatever this stuff is water. And sometimes I forget about that, so I really like drinking just water. But you get a taste and you go, whoa, but there's nothing wrong with it, so that's why I haven't bothered to pour it out. The other side of it is that I drink far too much coffee sometimes. I'm just trying to moderate the two. Even though it's decaf coffee, my brain kind of goes, psychologically, it should be requiring me to react the same on a regular basis as caffeinated coffee in terms of diuretic effect. So I really don't want to have to deal with that. I don't need to. Well, non-stop streams don't need to be that kind of stop if we plan it properly. One, two. This time I'm trying to pay a little more attention as I sort because I don't want to do it again where I put things in two different places. I did last time. Excuse me for seconds, and I don't need that. I'm putting most of the stuff that you get out of the main bag on one side, and then the smaller bags on off to the other side. The reason for that is just that it makes it. Oh, come on. It just makes it a little bit easier for me to find it because often these bags tend to come with smaller parts inside them. Oh, haha. I just set things on top. I was like, is there a hole? No, there's no hole in this bag. So these pieces will eventually get sorted into the plastic container you saw earlier, but they are not right now because if I discover as I'm going along, it should have been a connector or a bit or something that I have utterly missed. Here to dig into the little bag of bits. Came with this kit, rather than think, oh, what is that? And having to go hunt and find one in another set. Or not another set, sorry, in another location. Oh, okay. Have another minifig with another hat, and this hat is actually attached. It's a different looking McGonagall, usual. There's some nice printing. I will show those close up. Get through this basic sorting. But yeah. Mr. Owl Poppins, I wonder if your ears were burning. I was talking about you a little bit earlier. All good things. But it was, yeah, definitely was talking about you a little bit earlier. Just noting that sometimes it's good to have colorful people in the community, but that you and Benson and Swanky and Lyric were sort of the major people that tend to fight back and forth over the, or trade back and forth more accurately. Pardon me, over the position of biggest fan and or first and or champion of the hill. Those are the biggest users of those items, and I think it's kind of neat to have regulars in that respect. Be able to say welcome on in, even though we don't often get a whole lot of chance to talk, as people are going, moving on with their day, etc. So yeah, wanted to pass on that you were missed. Indeed, you were missed. It's funny. Yeah, sometimes my headspace really clicks with the person's sense of humor, and sometimes it really doesn't. And today's one of those I think I click moments. But one of those nice things about Twitch, when you've got enough people you follow, if someone's sense of humor is not working for you, you can either very politely draw their attention to that by dropping a lurk, or you can just quietly ghost and slip on out. I mean, that's kind of impolite in some respects, but when people say what you don't know can't hurt you, and I've had plenty of people do that to me, ghost and wander off. Fine, right? That's freedom of choice. The thing about Twitch is great is if I want to watch Twitch, and if I don't have one person I want to watch, I've usually got somebody else. No, it's not like there's nothing on. Whereas if you've got cable TV, for example, any sort of provider in that vein, sometimes there's just nothing on. If you're all about the internet streaming, I guess that the parallel would probably be the Pluto service, where they've got, it's sort of like faux TV, but everything's locked into preset channels, and just show up, pick the channel you want, and watch whatever's streaming there. And sometimes, I'll be honest, from my point of view, there's nothing on that I'm interested in. Sometimes I wonder if the things that are on, I'm only interested in because, I don't know, because there's nothing to do, I guess? Okay. Mini bag. Get some more colorful colors. Oh, great. Birds. Birds need to be descriptive. Okay. Then I pull out black parts. Oh. Wands, we know where those go. Cover. Keto. Got black feathers to use this time. That's kind of cool. I like those. So I'm seeing a whole bunch of colored rectangles. Thin ones again, so I'm wondering if there's another shelf to be had. Seems like there's the right parts for it. In fact, that's probably what we're going to be doing at some point. One of the things I do when I build these kits is I look at the build to start with, and then I'll keep the label there, below. But I won't actually keep a picture up of what the build is supposed to look like. And part of that is just me, lack of spoilers. I know it sounds silly, but I've seen the picture on the front, and then I can blissfully forget about it while I'm in the middle of the build, and have a reaction, but have a reaction to the elements as they show up in builds, and I go, oh, hey, that's a. Apparently, I'm not sitting. My camera thinks that. So, and last mini bag, and finally we get McGonagall's head. So I guess we could jokingly say, "Get your head in the game." Maybe. Go. Branch. Brick things. I'm lining them up along the top edge of the black. Once again, like last round. By the time I turn the background on, you won't actually see those. So it just makes it a little bit easier for me to find them, because I'm leaving all kinds of random junk right here. For everything but that. Two. Rachel, I may need a nap after this. So, finish sorting these. I will also swap radio stations. If you're not into sleepy classical music, I suspect you're not, then if you have any opinion or preference, please do feel free to stick your opinion in the comments now. We have all sorts of like lo-fi, synth, just EDM or house music. Apparently there's such a thing as full step. I've listened to it, don't really see what the point of it. Yeah, or we can go through the electro swing, recognize that we can actually get longer that list. Unlikely, but possible. I'm leaning towards electro swing myself, but I listened to a lot of that yesterday, so I don't want to bore people with the same stuff they'd heard before. If you don't have any preferences, then I will go probably electro swing and finish this sort. Here. Green wedges. Oh, fun. Wedge. Oh, I guess we have wedge. Easily amused I am. To the extent where that comment about easily amused just got a song stuck in. Hermits, Henry VIII. Yeah. Oldies. Alright, so we got everybody That one. Our background back on. There. Yep. Oh. Finger up. Oh, all right. Black enough. Hello. And I'm old-hand at this, but I'm just... Well, it's probably the fact that I'm on black with a horrid, horrid black background. So, enough. Time. That. Right again. Bugging me, right? All these colors and stuff. Last time. Two different directions of going the same thing. So trying to go down. Alright. Aside from washed out hands, not quite a horrible background. Alright, let's go with that for now. So, things have changed again. Want to show you this McGonagall being a little different. So, first off, built according to the instructions. Thanks for her office. Yeah, it's probably severe. Going to Dumbledore's office. Trouble man. Heather's going the wrong direction. That's okay. I am putting it the opposite direction just because I'm a McGonagall fan. No me. I wouldn't have put the mount for the feathers up on the front of the hat anyway. I would put it like on the side. But that's okay. All right. So just for comparison, first off, camera, please. Oop. Okay. Well, the point I'm trying to make, there we go, you can sort of it. Finally. So she's got a lot of good printing down the front, lovely nice scarf and stuff. And it's not your typical green color that you usually get, like the whole emerald thing. Totally different color. Very different face. She's a lot younger, I believe, than the other one. This one's a bit more book description. In the book, and as you'll see in the illustrations from A version, this one has black hair. Rather grumpy, sort of severe look, and a rather pointy hat. Okay. Now, in contrast, we're doing the Hogwarts magical trunk. Now I'm just going to I can do it without really losing the focus here. Grab the other McGonagall. You can see this is a very, very different one. Now there's a chance that I can utterly screw that up, which is pretty likely actually. McGonagall. But I blew it. I should look at the box next time. I didn't. Now that I see the two side by side, this is not McGonagall. Madame Pince, the library. You don't get a whole lot of description of her, nor do you see her a whole lot in the movies. And she is one grumpy Gus. Generally. That's just Madame Pince for you. Quite the grumpy Gus. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Not total idiot. Yep, it is Madame Pince. Okay. I don't know why I would have thought it was McGonagall, but definitely Madame Pince, which suggests the shelving then probably a reference to the Hogwarts library, as it should be. That's one of those facepalm moments, and you call yourself a Harry Potter fan, and you couldn't figure that one out. Probably a good thing that my son's scouts are not watching, because they, one of them would completely shake their head at me. Okay, we've got an interesting chunk coming along that we're going to build. First, asks for base bits. With that, and across the front. Right. 4 by 1 by, I guess. Sure. On either side. Stuck, and then it statics to the edge of my. Now we're back to the inspiring I'm not going to sleep. I love this mix, but hitting shuffle doesn't always work. Problem with it is if I don't hit shuffle, the stuff that I'm determining as sleepy, the music I was terming as sleepy music, tends to all be grouped together in such a way that you don't actually get a lot of the epic stuff showing up when you think it would. Then we need a pair of small arches. 1, 2. Now it sticks together. And for step 111, we've got, where did I put them? A pair of wedges. And 1 by 1 by 1. Ants go marching, right? That's another one I haven't shared with people. The version, I don't know, I think I learned it from my brother's scout group when he was a kid. Well, obviously we were kids. But the thing I learned from him was a slightly more off-color twist to the tail end of the Ants Go Marching. And it's not unfamily friendly, but it's the kind of silly, ridiculous humor, in a bathroom sense, that makes younger kids laugh. So yeah, having fun. And it amused me because at our Canadian Thanksgiving dinner, my brother was amusing his young son, I don't believe yet a year, and he was singing these little campfire songs while bouncing his son on his knee. And I was laughing about the whole thing because I hadn't heard this version, I mean, aside from me knowing it, I hadn't heard it from anybody else in years. So this little 1-year-old's sitting on his dad's knee, hearing about, like, the ants go marching, then they go down into the ground to get out of the rain. Boom, 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 that's how it usually goes. In this one, the ants go marching and they go down the toilet and through the pipes and into the septic tank. Flush, 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 flush. You know, and he's sitting here singing this to his he's not even 1-year-old kid yet, and I'm just going, oh, that kid's gonna have a really weird childhood. Now I'm gonna love it. Sometimes my brother can qualify as a grunkle, grumpy uncle, or other times he's the grunkle in the great uncle sense. But there's a lot of stuff about, you know, goofy with kids and parenting and whatever, things that he just kind of like nod, smile, had no clue, whatever. And then now that he is a parent twice over, it's funny for me to see some of these things going back the other way, and now I can sort of understand a bit of what my parents and mother-in-law were feeling, like how they reacted to things, because I didn't have the, I guess, quote-unquote joy of other people and their relatives and so on having kids around me, I guess, a whole lot. My cousins are all a lot older than me. So, like, when I was pregnant with my first kid, the nearest young cousins age, like 4 or something, they just smiled and laughed, and you'll know about some of them. I just didn't get it, and now that I get it, half the stuff I'm going, no, you guys are just weird. But then something will happen and I realize, no, they're right. But then now seeing my brother having experience with his kids doing stuff, I go, yeah, I wish. That's part of why, as a scout leader, I joined the program. I mean, yes, I wanted to be there for my kids, no one's about that. But I wanted to get more experience about dealing with or being around other people's kids. Because I believe that just about every parent has tunnel vision to some extent about their own kids. Just about everyone has tunnel vision about their own kids, because we only see the one thing. Whereas, if you're around other people's kids, you get an idea of whether or not what your kid's been up to or doing normal in the grander scheme of things. Now, I recognize in a scout group, you're still skewed because a lot of stuff behind the scenes doesn't filter in terms of, like, kids behave different, usually with manners, or manners at least. Scout meeting than they do at home or with their friends at school or something like that. I mean, I can't draw perfect parallels, but camp is great. Your kid is going to be a snarky, grumpy, can't get them out of bed, annoying person in the morning, or one of those kids who stays up ridiculously late at night, to the detriment of themselves and everyone else around them, then that's going to filter out a camp, and the scout leader's going to think about it. That's the sort of thing that I got some reality checks on. My son's got the ability, like my husband, to be able to just, when he decides it's bedtime, he's going to put himself to sleep. So, he goes out fairly quickly. My daughter, unfortunately, is like me, which means that we overthink things, I suppose. And so sometimes we can be awake for quite a long time, but it's not true insomnia. It's just most of the time we're fine, and sometimes we just can't really shut our brains down to actually get to sleep in a reasonable time. And I swear, whether it be kids or adults, usually it's kids, but when it's bedtime, I think that's when the hyper-hearing kicks in. Or when they're not supposed to be in the room, that's when the hyper-hearing of whatever's going on in mom and dad's room. So I kind of feel sorry a little bit for Fantastic Sherlock Fox, because he needs time to himself like everybody else. You know, people need to get a little bit of downtime. And one of his more recent downtime activities has been trying to watch Stranger Things. Definitely not kid fodder. Not in our house, anyway. And so he's been using earbuds or headphones, even though he's only one actual room away and has the door partly closed, because the sounds that we're managing to make it past the speakers to the other room freaking out my daughter. Also my son, who just went out of Sydney. So, I just kind of feel a little sorry for him. He got, in my mind, gypped. But then there is the other side of it, where he tells me that that program did enough good stuff with the way that they put out the sound. Like, the choices of sounds they've used, the way it comes across, that actually the immersiveness of the headphones really seems to work and gave it a whole nother level of auditory interest. Something that's meant to be creepy does come out more creepy. Yeah. And it also surprised me because, being a Holmes fan, I've not taken the time yet to watch Enola Holmes, but I really should. People tell me it's fantastic. My mother loves it. Do you know the Sherlock Holmes stuff? Yeah, you really need to watch this. And then I just saw the poster the other day for Enola Holmes 2. And as I said, I'm a Sherlock Holmes fan. I will have to double check, so I don't know off the top of my head, but it looked to me in the poster like the actress playing the title character Enola Holmes might actually be the one who played the very pivotal character 11, Stranger Things. it very much looks quicker. If not, it's one of those like situations where it's not doppelganger per se, but that there are sort of family lines that seem to have snuck down the way that some people have facial structures like other people. They don't look alike, but there's familiarity. I have a particular look before. Alright. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to check into that one and see if it's as good as people say it is. I am very behind on my Holmes watching. Actually, I'm very behind on a lot of things, and I don't know quite how that works. I can't really put my finger on anything other than when I get in the dumps, sometimes I sleep a lot. You know, sleep late, stay up late. I'm really enjoying watching streamers, etc. But, means that I have, like, endlessly growing YouTube watch later lists, various different types. I've built playlists. And I've got now more books that are to be read, waiting on the shelves. I've got watch later programs and, well, streaming stuff, not streamers, but Noel Holmes and so forth. But all these things waiting, and I just don't get to them. I mean, I'm even trying to work on a crochet project for my daughter so that she can have a crocheted handbag to go with her Luna Lovegood costume this fall. I don't know if I'm going to get it done, but even while I'm doing it, I sometimes just put on music in the background, whereas I have episodes of podcasts that I've been reading. I have YouTube videos I could put on. Like, the list is endless. It's silly. But that's one of the other things with knowing a lot of good people, is sometimes you get good recommendations for enough time for all of it. Pick and choose. Sometimes, as part of adulting, I say to myself, yes, you have to pick and choose. And the kid in me just shouts out loudly, but I don't wanna! That does not come across well on a stream. Anyways. So, picking and choosing what you've got time for, and still managing to expand your viewing horizons, not an easy task. We'll say, oh, have you seen the latest whatever? Or I've managed to, in Lego World, the World of Lego, I've seen all the not Harry Potter, sorry, the Lego movies, and I've played all the Lego games. Wow. Will impress me. Same sort of ones that people say, you know, in Minecraft sense, they say something along the lines of like, I'm up to date on all the hermit crafters. I've seen all their videos. Good grief, how do you manage that? That's just one. I mean, there's plenty of other SMPs that I would love to follow. Oh, there's actually, to be honest with you, I don't think I've ever watched a Hermitcraft video. Not because I didn't want to. I wanted to watch some more of the videos from, like, Pixel Riff's crew, and also extend that out a little further to the concept of, like, Empire's SMP. Or, just watching more Pixel Riff's videos he's been making on his long-term world, where he was working on a museum. I would love to watch more of that. But once again, it's the never-ending list, right? And then we've always got the to-dos to go in with that. So as a YouTube streamer, or a Twitch streamer, you know, get ahead of myself, but I would like to at some point learn how to cut down stream VODs and turn them into half-decent videos. I am not creatively minded enough to be able to figure that out on my own. Welcome back, Benson. I'm not creatively minded enough to figure that out on my own, therefore it's an uphill slog. Besides that, if one's critical of one's own work, it can be far more challenging to judiciously cut the right stuff, not think you left something out, or wrongly cut too much. You know, and then not being happy with the product, and on and on and on. I've done video editing work, but it all involved cleaning up pre-cut work. All the clips literally just need together. That's the extent of it. I've never actually had to cut things down and finish stuff, or I've clipped things out of other videos where I just wanted to flip. That was it. And learning that for my own uses and uses has been backburnered because life. Yeah. Can't do everything, right? But I got a million books to read. Can't read a book, crochet at the same time in a physical sense. Aside from the fact that it would make me motion sick, still, an octopus be able to have enough that off. Audiobooks are an option, yes, but that's not reading a book. That's listening to a book. You can still consume the material, not read. And the music has gone all quiet again, so once again, I think I'm just going to say I'm enjoying the electro, so we're going to hear it still.
Hey, you guys want to hear something? That depends on what it is.
Right at the top of the list. That's very different, but something a little more pick me up, because I would actually probably like to have a nap if I was listening to that other music longer. It doesn't quite fit build, but none of the other stuff does either. Chill hop just had a big bump to it, like a dubstep kind of thing. Just weird because I did. Easy looking thing. Panel on top. On square. So circles, but I think we're working towards more of the library. But I could be wrong. Different people have talked about which portions of this castle are which, but that was done in YouTube videos, and I haven't actually watched a whole lot of those. It was more, is it a worthwhile set to have? Yay or nay was really the extent of the videos I was looking at. And some of the review playability in terms of dioramas. The other thing is, people have talked about making modular layouts for Harry Potter, like as in sort of thing, buildings, and then being able to stack them together as one big castle, right? That's great. I have yet to have run across a video with a layout for connecting these things modularly without needing at some point to purchase additional bricks in order to make it work. Whether it be, like, I mean, the modules can fit, they're all square, great, but things like, if you want to do the story properly, then the Chamber of Secrets stuff needs to be underneath a lot of the other stuff. Then there's other pieces you want to be all on main floor, or there's elements that you're talking like third floor corridor, which is where you're going to run into Fluffy and then jump down through a hole and now you're down somewhere else. You know, and in order to make those pieces work, they're buying extra stuff. Extra is not the word I'm thinking of, but additional pieces. Usually building some sort of mountain or whatever that Hogwarts is on. Fine. But it's just, that's part of the reason I don't intend to actually connect things all together in that fashion, is I feel if you, as a company, are going to sell a bunch of modular kits like this, that can do the type of thing that you're demonstrating that they can do. I mean, like, there's plenty of pictures in the build manuals and stuff about how things can go together. to make bigger pictures, then at some point, I would expect that there was a suggested layout. Not that everybody has to do it that way, but a suggested layout. And either you do not need to buy any extra bricks because you have everything you've bought, so you've bought everyone for that wave. Or else you can buy a random looking pack of all the extra parts people need to recommend to build. You know, I mean, I'm arrogant and opinionated in that direction, but it's more, I don't like this sort of notion that, yeah, you can buy all the kits, but then if you want it to look good, you've got to buy all these extra parts that we won't even tell you what they are. You have to decide that for yourself, your own layout. I get they want flexibility, and in a way it's like an adult fan of Legos, yeah, playability. I guess figure these out. But those of us that are diorama people, I don't want to put that creativity in it. I'm sorry, I'm lazy. The other thing I find funny, as many fans have complained over the years of various different things, if you're going to have a whole ton of sets in a similar world, please, please, all make them scale to each other. But because LEGO keeps changing their minds on what they will or won't include various sets story-wise, that's only one of the many reasons why that is not the case. Bottom, right on top. Little things like you're going to have a Hogwarts screen, okay? And it's supposed to hide at a platform, 9 3/4 or whatever. I don't know about you, but even if they're faking it and you've got a little door to go through or whatever, it's kind of nice if you can have like a chunk of the, or have the magic door right smack dab in the middle of your platform, the length, and then a good quantity of magic train hanging out on either side. Because the bridge that goes up and over onto the platform is supposed to be not in the Lego world, or not in the Wizarding world, nothing like that. I mean, I may have a misunderstanding. That's very, very likely. But it's things like that that make me kind of go, some of the decisions, all the elements are here, but it just didn't seem polished in that sort of way. Things like, they released a Diagon Alley set, and it doesn't have the same in it as Diagon Alley set that was released previously. You know, that's fine. Slightly different era, but the quality and the sort of scale of the two different sets, from what I've been reading and seeing, don't necessarily fit with each other. So it's not like one could buy both sets and then get a more involved Diagon Alley. They're just parts of it. Some of the shops aren't even able to fit with the more recent modules. Like, I don't know what it's like. I did not pick up the Diagon Alley set this year, by the way. I could wage and things. I didn't bother with the Diagon Alley set because really the main part of Diagon Alley does not heavily, or pardon me, replaceably feature in stories. Things do happen that can be Gilroy Lockhart inside a bookshop. Great. There's references to Weasley's Wizard, Please Wizard, and those are there. That's fine. But the root of the story does not take place there, so so not having those sets does not necessarily take away from the main body of the story. It does ruin things in a diorama set, but I don't expect whole lot of and there are actually a couple other sets I don't have yet that maybe I'll get. Maybe I won't. I don't know. Into it / thought about it. And for example, I don't have the Curious Escape on Buckbeak. That was another smaller chunk. Somewhat similar to Adam Pooch's flying lesson. The first flying lesson. And I don't know. It wasn't one that really screamed out, "Bust out!" But it is quite central to an overall story. The value for dollar just wasn't there for me. Sorry, Benson, you caught me off guard. I hadn't paid attention to that one. Are you saying the actor passed away, or are you saying the character got offed? As I recall, neither of those things had happened, but I may be out of touch on the news and I may have missed another actor's passing. I have a habit of doing that. If you could please clarify, that'd be very much appreciated. Aw, dang nabbit! Well, it's been quite the week for actors. Okay. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. And there's probably going to be lots of speculation on the whys. But, see? Tells you I should have read the news before I started today. It's funny, actually. I feel a little bit of a fool for being unaware of that one. If you're ever looking for non-family friendly content with that actor in it, do check out the older UK version of Tracker. He did an absolutely excellent job in that one as a detective, and really made the show, which is part of why it just did not fly in the US. Sometimes you just can't fix perfection, or you can't match it when culture is a little bit different. Some things just don't. Well, I suppose you had to go there. Yeah, well, current events, I guess, and all that jazz. We're dealing with more of the library. A sticker for a... Oh, shoot. The one. Okay. This is the one at some point I want to try and change. I see why they did what they did, but most of the books in LEGO World, characters hold it with their right hand and they open it. Oh, like the layout is that they open it that way, and then they read it, cover open, whatever. This one's is actually backward. That we've got a face, which is supposed to put on the inside of the cover. Enough. This book. It's referencing when Harry went into the restricted section of the library, and he looking inside a book, and it basically face popped out and screamed at him, and he freaked out and dropped his lantern, which attracted Filch's attention. Caretaker Filch. So I can kind of see why they have both in this, but it just, I don't know. Not sure what I think of that. But there are some cool features that allow you to books around. So, yes, I'll give it a pass. This is intentionally designed to slide back and forth. Or if you're from the outside, you can push it. Well, for those in the Harry Potter world, there may or may not suddenly be a run, Harry Potter fandom, may or may not suddenly be a run on pink umbrellas. I did not know that, which stinks because I quite like Robbie Coltrane. I remember him saying in an interview years ago that he was quite proud of doing Harry Potter initially because it actually was. He did a lot of more serious, darker work. And the UK is full of those types of programs, and as they are here, they're just not as violent usually. But in any case, he was doing a lot of work where kids were not allowed to watch it. But he was really proud of doing Harry Potter because it was the first thing he could actually do where he could sit his kids down and say, hey, look at this. What I did. Or the kids, or when you have like parent day at school and kids all inevitably get asked, well, what did your parent do? I say, well, my daddy's an actor. Well, what does he do? Well, you can kind of go, I've never seen any of his work. He tells me, but I'm not allowed to see it. That's just all kinds of awkward. But Robbie Coltrane was saying, now that he's got Harry Potter under his belt, his kids can, oh, my dad does or did this. And they can go, oh, cool! Right? It's been many years since that's actually happened for him, but it's kind of neat. That was one of his favorite memories of doing the first movie. Once again, we're putting another forbidden book on. Not forbidden. Sorry. One is N_F Dribble. Well, welcome in, Maribel Jade, and welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you. What was it you were working on today? Who? Maribel Jade is indeed a streamer, but it's actually Belle without the E on the end. There we go. Much better. I see you were playing Minecraft. What were you working on today? Because I know last I popped in, then a couple of streams ago, we were working on some very tall, snowy structure using, well, for lack of a better term, using a schematic plan. We were finishing the snow build and now back to digging under it. Oh, yes. Okay. Can you refresh me again on what that build was actually going to be for? I think when I raided in last, I had missed that part of the descriptor just because I was doing post-raid cleanup-y things. So, just not fully aware of what that would be for. This one, pop in and out here. And yeah, it's gonna be crooked, but that's like forevermore. Top square. So for those of you who are not familiar with me, do I have a whiz? I do. Whiz. Well, if I actually type it in the stream, that could help. Basin is part of Basin TV. Oh, okay, the ivory tower from Neverending Story. Got it. So, my name is Delenn Russell. Normally, Tuesdays and Thursdays I stream Minecraft, and on Wednesdays is my Whatever Wednesday kind of random grab bag, I guess you could say, of stuff, as you never know what you're going to get. Lately, the morning's puzzles, in the afternoon is some sort of management game. But I started during the mornings on the Minecraft. The server I play on is actually reboots itself right in the middle of my stream. So I took a lovely inspiration from Maribel Jade, and in addition to creating the redeem for 5 more minutes of Lego kind of thing, I also, when the server reboots, give people a free 5 minutes of building whatever is on my mind at the time. And lately it's been Harry Potter Lego kits. So they're saying yes, you can. And so there was a community points redeem, which is still showing in the points thing. But the redeem was to get me to do an end-to-end stream where I do, right from start to finish, a build. Ooh, congratulations, Fantastic Sherlock Fox. Where I do a build from start to finish. So this one, we're doing hopefully the colors will work. Yoink! Big box. Oh, in the way. So the lighting is a little screwball on this one. Pull a background. Boink. We're doing the Hogwarts Dumbledore's Office set. Maribel Jade was just talking about it on stream the other day and commenting on being interested in such a set. So, yeah, I dropped a word and just simply said, yeah, I'm doing this. I don't remember when this one was. I think this one might have actually been my Mother's Day gift this year. Fantastic Sherlock Fox is my amazing better half, and he picked that one up for me. So I figured I would put out a community build quest. It's different than the one that we're working on during streams. Lately, the 5-minute builds during stream are is the Hogwarts magical trunk, so multiple houses and stuff. We are on a 5-bag build, and we've hit bag 4, and we appear to be working on a library. We've got some restricted section books. That's where this pops in and out from. Actually, I didn't show you guys detail. I talked about it, but I didn't show it. Anyways, the community had saved enough points up that they could, they wanted me to do this build, so I figured I was going to build it anyways one way or the other, but it might not have been on stream. Okay, so the camera sometimes wants to... There we go. So you can see in the bottom one... Ah! And knock it off my hand. You can see in the bottom one, they're referencing a face from the restricted section that yells at Harry. And the top one is probably referencing Hogwarts: A History, which is related to Hermione's reading about Nicholas Flamel. It's the N and the F. And showing some like stone-type shapes down at the bottom. That was too easy? Yeah, I think he did it really, really soon as well. So, I'll have to see. But long story short, I have the luxury of doing these sorts of things because Fantastic Sherlock Fox works really, really hard. In fact, he's actually at work while he's also helping mod. And he's at work while he's helping mod, but we have the luxury of the fact that for now I am able to stay home with the kids, which means that I can stream while they're at school. Oh yeah, and that in theory allows me to develop my hobbies, although I swear I've just been more busy than before. Testing it. Twist the leaf a little bit to the road and push hook sticks out. Sure. The leaf. Sure. Go. Okay. She's cut off to the... No, not. Read the instructions on the screen. Yeah, I really like Jade's build styles. Definitely like your build styles, Jade. Got some really cool references. My theme this year in Minecraft base is all related to history books. I thought about doing a Harry Potter themed one for next season, but two things stopped me from that. And one was that A, it's been done to death by far more talented people, and B, more appropriately, is I looked back at my build I did last season, for one of the Harry Potter locations in Diagon Alley. I was doing a build of the Lego previous release of Ollivander's Wand Shop. As that is. Which I don't... I've got it in the back, but not handy. Anyway. Long story made short, is I looked back at that build and went, I don't like it. There are things I'd want to change, there's things I'd want to do different, I'd want to place. And so rather than getting fussy about that all over again, I just figured let's move on. Try something different. I don't know how different is going to be, but I've thought about, I've never done a medieval build. Maybe next year's theme will be, once again, books, but maybe it will be a medieval monk Brother Cadfael series reference, because I've never done a medieval village before, and I actually have maps for the town of Shrewsbury and stuff as an author imagined it in the 1100s. That one, because I skipped that by mistake. But that's the leaf. See earlier, down, but it's there. And something is really bugging me about the fact this book is crooked. I'm going to have to figure out later what I did crooked. It's a OCD thing. Yeah, the more I squish at it, the settings. Off camera. Better. Better. Okay. So, a little clip just inside that I tied up. This top piece of side got twisted. Alright. Yeah, I do. Not a big thing. Yep. I built it wrong. Okay, well, that depends a lot. Fixable. That one. My pop-offs here. Piece. Control bit I just did. Round piece of it. Come on. Oh! That's okay. What I've done here is I've actually put the sticker on. Ooh. Upside down. Therefore, put the book in incorrectly. Nab it. Okay, well, I'll actually cop to what I do when I make mistakes. Give me a second. So, while it may seem fiddly, bother fixing it, it will bother me to know it's there. You see, branded, I'm a cricket person. One of many hobbies I do sometimes. But they have, fairly good songs at the end. Just not quite good enough. So I've got myself basically an X-Acto knife. Yes, it's going to mar the sticker. Pull it up. But it's going to bug me if it's upside down. I did that to an entire shelf on a previous build, and man, did I regret it. So, I can do this without cutting my finger off. Try and find a corner, ball blade, lift up, place it, pull in it, that's okay. These tongs, grab onto said corner, and thicker. There we go. So rinse and repeat. This time I'm going to put the book together, then figure out where it needs to be so that I don't put it back on upside down. I think we're going to clip in this direction, close up that away. It goes right up against the flat edge there. Yeah, this other one's going up against, right up against the flat edge too. So books can slide in the shelf neat and tidy. Now that I know that that's the direction it goes, hinge is on the right hand side, and I can actually run correctly. Maybe. That's a big maybe.
Just what do you expect after 25 years? Come on in, come on in, make yourself at home.
There we go. And then, yes, there's some damage to the speaker, but for the purposes of not selling it, the damage is minimal and problem solved. Alright, let's reassemble. Throw away these sharps. Close up correctly. Flat, there. Okay, happy clam-ish. Do not eat. Alright, so now the book is a lot flatter, and it fits in the system, and we can go in and out smoothly, and it doesn't go all cockeyed. Alright, happy clam. Back this up again. First. And 4. Still. Corners. Central piece. Okay. So, back to where we left off. Yep, you are more than welcome to lurk. Dave, thank you very, very much for bringing your community by. I really appreciate it. And if anyone else needs to lurk, drop in, drop out, that's fine, you know. For some people, LEGO is their thing. For some people, LEGO is not their thing. And if it's not your thing, no harm in that whatsoever. But I do appreciate everybody that decides to stop by today. Today or any other day for that matter.
Just what do you expect after 25 years?
Huh?
Come on in, come on in, make yourself at home.
Flat panel. Angle wedges. Not trying to go fishing through boxes. There. Not humming through frustration, I'm humming through confusion. Confuse us, say. LEGO piece must go on correctly. There we go. Good meat. It occurred to me I did not do breakfast or lunch, but it's probably explaining why. Grumpy at me. That's okay. Onward. So this time we have 2 columns. Have a little wedges up top. You can get these enough for my purpose. Get me looking at things. One of the things I was mentioning earlier that I'm a little fussy about is where the visible bits of former machinery connections are, so that everything have a little bit of a mark on it. Sometimes they have company names, other times they have like a mark on it about where the machine is hanging on to the piece of Lego in the making process. And if I can hide those, that's preferable. Just because it makes it a lot, I don't know, for me it's an immersive thing. Okay. So a couple of arches put in. back front. Come on. Table. Two. Oh, did it again. Forgot to roll the page forward. 2 that way, and then the bottom one has one more arch. Goes across the bottom. I am highly disturbed because while I understand having extras of little parts like this, I'm fine with that. The part that makes me think I made a big boo-boo somewhere along the line, and it might come back to bite me later, I have not 1, not 2, but 3 pieces like that. That's not normal. So what did I do? Next question is, how far back? How destructive? Put those pieces back in where it belongs. Those are abnormally big. Oh, okay. That's not that bad, actually. I know where 2 of them go anyway. Ah, I know what I did. Alrighty then. Okay, so, easy enough fix. Take off this roof. Those pieces. I'll just, for the time being, I'll pop off this one. These shelving pieces are actually supposed to come out level with this big wood, big dark overhang. And what I had actually done under the trim parts is I had missed putting the underneath it. Sounds like I've got an alarm going off of some sort. I don't know about you, that doesn't work for me. Next song. Right, and then we can put the trim back on, which levels up nicely with the wooden edges. The brown above, below. That looks a lot nicer. And it's a lot easier to repair that. I don't know quite how I got myself distracted that badly. It's probably because I was fussing about the books. That's my bet. But in any case, put these parts back on fairly quickly. There we go. Okay. More check. As you see. Okay, 5 notes. Alright, so look kind of like bag 5, or not bag 5, sorry, last section before bag 5. I don't see anything super weird and out of place. I mean, maybe there's more spots for flowers and whatnot, and I use a couple extra spots like up here. But I may actually put those extra flowers on just as I can. Yeah, the books both slide in and out nicely. Quite a lot further. Push them in fairly far and they come out. Oops, this way. You can see from above they come out fairly far, so action. They tuck away nice. Yeah, I'm glad I fixed that brown one. It actually looks a lot nicer. Okay, so that looks good. I'll set this part aside for now, and we have book 5. Oh, Jade's Crew. I meant to show you who we've got for characters so far. The book 1, bag 1, came with a Harry Potter in his little invisibility cloak with printing underneath. So lovely little guy. Kind of freaked out, that's okay. We have ourselves star of the show, Mr. Dumbledore himself. We have Madam Pince, the librarian. This is the only Madam Pince I've got. I mistakenly briefly thought she was McGonagall without glasses and stuff, and then it occurred to me, no, there's no way, that doesn't make any sense at all, because we have a library. And I actually read the box. Oops. Alright. Then we have ourselves another version of Severus Snape. And he's just wearing his purple vest, which kind of annoys the heck out of me and a bunch of other people. But I'll just suck it up, I've got a Severus Snape. Because Never's never there's purple. Particularly not this shade. Darker, almost black. And then last but not least, have the amazingly fun duo of Argus Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris. I like both of these. I'm hoping it's Filch's pants that are sticking out below his jacket, but it doesn't make much sense. Anyway, these are nice creative characters. Every single one of those has a double-sided face, but none of them are super notably different enough to actually show it off. Alright, so
The records are right in the cabinet.
next piece it wants us to do is bag 5. So, just like the last time, I'm going to do a quick
Groovy, Alex.
crack, crack, pop, stretch, posture readjust, and all that jazz. You know, tell the dowager hump just go away for another day, and probably get myself an extra. By the you can't actually do that if you don't have, of course.
2, 4, 6, 8, everybody hydrate!
That's a free coffee. Say yes. Half an ounce of coffee so far this stream? No, that's a little bit off, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so we're off to bag 5, which is the final bag of this build. Now we have been going since it's about 5 p.m. Eastern, so we've been going for almost 5 hours at this. It probably explains why I'm hungry. Anyway, no worries. So this is the 5th and final bag in this series. If today's stream is well received, then I may do a birthday stream in November of building Grimmauld Place. So that is, for comparison, the Dumbledore's office set that we're putting together has 654 pieces, and a nice round price tag to go with it. Ooh, hot! And then the Grimmauld Place, which I'll just quickly pull off the background for. The Grimmauld Place set, should the community choose to accept the challenge, is going to be this one, which has 1,083 pieces. So I would probably consider, if people were interested, using that as the content for my birthday stream in November, which is afternoon of Veterans Day and Remembrance Day and Armistice Day. I think Veterans Day? I don't know, Americans have to tell me. But, yeah, and I say the afternoon, meaning like afternoon for me, so probably a much later stream. I'd start at about 5 p.m. Eastern, I think, and just let it go, which it's a bigger set, so it would take longer. We might actually be a really late stream on the Thursday. I don't know. We'd have to see if that would be the case, or if I would potentially not go to ceremonies this year and just stay home and stream. I don't know. We'll have to see. But that's neither here or there. That's one of those challenges, should you choose to accept it, items. It may still be a Lego build on that day, but if the community doesn't show an interest in another challenge of that set for next month, then what I would probably do is just potentially, in that case, potentially I might switch over and do the hospital wing, because it's a much shorter build. Yeah, that's what she wrote. But I'm not going to make this channel all about doing Lego builds. It's just, it is one of the things that fires me up and gets me interested in stuff, and celebrates one of my fandoms. And there was a question of the day we had earlier that said, you know, what fun thing are you, or what fun thing basically are you too old for that you still enjoy? And I don't think I really need to explain it. I mean, sometimes Harry Potter's a little bit like, the old Trix cereal commercials. Trix is for kids! I don't care. I'm gonna eat it anyways. Actually, I never ate Trix cereal more than once. I ate it, thought it was too sweet and disgusting, and I never wanted to eat it again. But the tagline of the commercial was relevant, I guess. That's those sugary kids cereals that I don't know if adults don't eat them because they are tempting to have healthier lifestyles, whether or not we just now find them too sweet, or whether we just, I don't know, like, maybe it's for kids, so we just don't let ourselves eat them. I'm not really sure what the reasoning behind that would be. But yeah, so I will be going back to Minecraft. One of the things I do mention, I have a Whatever Wednesday stream slot, and on Whatever Wednesday I do things that are a break from Minecraft. Occasionally, if I'm fired up about something to do with Minecraft, such as Minecraft Bingo, for example, then I may actually, throw a Whatever Wednesday bingo stream in there. That was when I didn't have them already scheduled in on Tuesdays. But now that I've got a more regular, very chill, don't expect any personal best times on Tuesdays, little old ladies bingo hair, it might take all night kind of thing. Now that I've got that stream, I don't usually put it on Wednesdays. Anyways. But if I'm fired up about something, as in if I find that there's a build that just really got me interested, then I will just go right on through. Whatever Wednesdays were originally given that name by me so that I could do just that. If something caught my attention, I'd go for it. If I was working on a build and losing steam, then I got a break between. Or if there was something incredibly grindy that for some reason I got it into my head we could not do on stream, which is how I used to feel about digging sand. In those cases, those are things that I would need grindy between camera times to do. Yesterday, I have a bit of grindy between camera things to do this week. Yesterday, I have a boo-boo to cop to, and some of you know about it already, and some of you don't. And I'm mentioning it again only because it bugged me, but it turns out not to be as big a deal as I thought it was, although it usually never would be. I had streamed, and I thought, oh, this is fantastic. I went out and I raided Gruba, we're all good, watching Gruba, thinking to myself, okay, well, if I don't get on to the other activities I need to do, I will get sidetracked and spend time chatting in Gruba's chat rather than actually doing stuff I need to do. Not that I got a whole lot of that done anyways, but that was the idea. So I realized, oh no, time to shut down Minecraft. I think that I hope I raid it out. Not raid it out. I hope I disconnect after I raid it out, because usually I do. Yesterday I did not, and to compound the problem, I thought, oh, I usually log out, no big deal, I'll just go stand on the glass by my fish farm. Yeah, well, about that, apparently I was gone long enough that, kind individual who had been sleeping on stream, sounds weird, but sleeping in beds for me, on stream, decided they were done with whatever they needed to do, and they're also one of my viewers, so half the time I suspect that they stay on the server to do their thing while they watch, which just means they're conveniently there to sleep. But anyways, I was back there, had not logged out, and the phantoms pushed me off the glass lip, of course, into the water. I did not have my respiration helmet on, although that wouldn't have helped much. And, yeah, I specifically drowned. I thought, oh, that's horrible, Everything has despawned, which is frustrating. Because, of course, I don't do a whole lot of netherite mining and jazz like that. That's part of the reason why I'm not even sure if I've done a netherite mining stream. If I haven't, I could. But in any case, I went in, and there was a lovely little villager zombie wearing a lot of the stuff I had on. So I lost boots, not a big deal. I mean, they are... Oh, there it is. Oh. Why am I not seeing this? Okay, fine. But I lost netherite boots, so it's not a big deal. I mean, I've got a trading hall, as you guys have seen. And the zombie scared me a little bit, and had a sort of secondary heart attack, because the zombie was a librarian. So I briefly freaked out and wondered if I had left the gate open on my library book trading hall, because, you know, having them all turn into zombies. When I had purposely made a choice not to do that, it was a bit of a pain, and I also wondered if everybody was still alive in there. Thankfully, I had not left the gate open, so no worries there. But this zombie guy was wearing a gold hat that I'd forgotten to change to my respiration helmet. A gold hat, and what am I doing here? And netherite pants, and my elytra, and carrying my axe. Which, I was like, oh, he's got half my stuff, okay, no big deal, whatever. I've been... Oops. Uh-oh. Not good. I'll figure out whatever it is, bump that I just dropped on the floor, when either I roll over it with a chair, or I need the piece and can't find it. In any case. So... I did not realize that it actually was not my spare axe that had been kicking around in my inventory, but it turned out to be my named axe when I got the lovely little message across the bottom of the screen that Delenn has been chopped by Hastings' axe. But yeah, that'll teach me. But it's not going to be a huge deal to recover. I was not wearing my netherite chest plate. I was not... What else did I do? Yeah, I wasn't wearing my netherite helmet. And I got the pants back. Oh yeah, and I had not bothered to actually enchant my tools. So having not enchanted the tools, it makes it super easy with the iron farm to feed the trader hall to get my diamond armor back up. And in all honesty, I've got some pretty sweet boots out of the trader in there. Like, there's very little I have to do for that one. So it won't take much for me to get back up to at least a single set of gear, by just at minimum re-enchanting my personal Did You Die box worth of gear. So I mean, that's not a huge deal. It's just more of a pain in the butt that I didn't really have time for. And I had a good chuckle, I'll say that. I definitely did stop and laugh. It's like, really? You know? It's for things like that. You know you're getting tired. You know it's probably a good thing that you did stop the stream at that point, because you're making silly mistakes. Well, that's the story. You know, frankly, even over the course of that story, as short as it was, I cannot recall why I started telling that story. There was a reason at the time. Maybe. I saw an interesting pop-up on, what was it? I think it's Stellar Gaming stream last night. Basically, explaining one of her challenges she deals with on a daily basis. But it also said that sometimes she will respond, like read a comment, respond in her head instead of out loud, and occasionally bounce off into a completely random tangent that does not seem to have anything to do with what you originally talked about. And sometimes I think I do most of that, and I just have no legit excuse for it. That's just part of who I am. Okay, so this is the last bag. I'm going to turn the background back on. I'll start out by having a look at this. Oh, not the last bag. I lied. Not like you need to see a lot of that anyways. I have to think what it is. Oh, there it is. Found it. Found it! Thankfully it didn't roll under one of these little dark tube things, which I probably have spares of, but not fully sure.
Alright, now next
Okay.
is entertainment. We want to show Steve
Empty. Trash.
Well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing
Got Hermione's head.
on the ice and getting people
Over to Hermione. Yeah, okay. We do not have a Ron in this set. A little bit of shame on Lego for that one, because I really do believe that Ron was a valuable member. I mean, a valuable member of the trio. They're a trio for a reason. But we only have Harry and Hermione in this one. And, I mean, if we're talking about Dumbledore's office, I don't know about you, but I don't recall anything in the books or the movies that ever had any reason for Hermione to have anything to do with Dumbledore's office. Plenty of times all three of them have been in trouble in front of McGonagall, but that's about it. But I don't know where they're going with this. Anyway, that's my, little mini rant. I'm going to say there's far too many Rons, you can't do as much with them. There's just far too many of all of them. Could be worse. I mean, there's some of the sets have a lot of different details, like there's very slight variation in the way the Gryffindor costume? Oh boy. You can see there's a comparison. Yeah, there's differences in the way the Gryffindor outfit is printed. Some of them have the outdoor scarf on them, the gold scarf. Other ones just have like a vest, and other ones the, I guess, shirt and whatnot. Other ones have the uniform element. We're just about done this part. Okay, a couple of full pieces. There we go. I had a system. Where'd I put those? Oh, Hermione. Let's start with. We had. Oh, I've got yay! Boo. I don't like having duplicates in this kit, but they're random, so what do you expect? So I've got two now of Dumbledore. This is the silvery one. Bit of a shame, I don't like having that many duplicates. You would think if they're in the same set, they'd find a way to make sure you get at least into the same set. If you've got two in the set, you get two different ones. Like, that would be nice. One could say, hey Lego, you had one job, but no, they actually have far more than one job. It's just, sometimes you wonder about the people who choose what set the little mini packs go in. I've also never quite understood the logic behind which pieces are in various different bags. I don't mean steps. I mean, like, you would seem that in this bag 5, there were 2 bags and 2 what could be called baby bags, I guess. And I never really understand what belongs in a baby bag versus what belongs in one of the loose in the bag, or if there's more than one baby bag, which one belongs where. Okay, so we did Hermione. She was nothing to write home about, so that's why I didn't use her. Okay. So, first thing, I guess we are grabbing junk. Okay, so these that we have here, and we turn it around. Aha! Okay. 4, 5, 6, 8, 12. They just stack them in 4 little towers across the front. One of the other challenges with some of the, some of the themes that I'd thought about using for the site, as in like the fact that I do history character stuff and Harry Potter stuff and whatever. Aside from the font, for example, there is either not a whole lot of art available in like in screenshots or anything, or else so much of it is horribly, very, very heavily copyright tracked, as it should be. I mean, the people that do things with it, deserve to get their royalties and stuff. for it. So if I was to do, say, Sherlock Holmes theme, hypothetically, or a Brother Cadfael theme, there was a company that commercial license to be able to let you make emoticons and Twitch layouts and so on and so forth out of their IP, I would pay. I'm not trying to be a cheapskate here and say, hey, I want it to be copyright free so I can just steal it. That's not where I'm at. Okay. So, yeah. But yet, things like the Sherlock Holmes theme, your stalker caps, and we'll skip the calabash pipe nonsense, because that's a product of its times. It's not relevant anymore. But a lot of that is just not available. So I can do it scratch, but there's a lot of from scratch that you got ideas. Sometimes you just want somebody else to make it happen. But it's not. The problem is, I'm not really sure what I'm looking for to try and get someone else to draw it. And as you guys may have seen from the hype sticker and or the hype emote, I'm not going to say no when my daughter draws me something and says, I want you to put this on your stream. Now call me a pushover or whatever, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. So if it doesn't fit, I'm not sure how sheep would fit with, say, Sherlock Holmes. Or I'm not sure how sheep would fit with, I follow the monk monastery. Or I'm not, even worse, I don't have any clue how sheep, rainbow, or otherwise would fit with, the Harry Potter magical world. I'm sure there's probably some really strange lore stretch that makes it fit, but then I end up spending forever explaining it every time. Such as, if I was stretching on the sheep one, it could be that McGonagall's early flame that she kind of wanted to marry, was a farmer, but unfortunately he was a muggle, because she was born to parents who, I guess, hadn't told her dad she was a witch. That kind of stuff. Well, I got it muted at least. So McGonagall made it very clear for herself she was not going to do that. She was not going to marry a muggle and either give up using magic and or continue to do it secretly. I don't recall the story whether in the descriptions whether McGonagall's mom did it secretly or not, but they kind of had to face the fact when found out McGonagall was not only A, magical, but B, incredibly magical. And there's only so long that I would suspect an actual witch, as in I'm assuming witch parents, only so long that you can keep up a fib and pretend that your kid is like a muggle-born until it sort of becomes incredibly plain. You personally know far too much about what's going on, and that whole cover gets blown. So, yeah, that caused problems in their family. So she said to herself she was not going to do that. I mean, there's your stretch if I wanted to connect sheep into it. But having to explain that every single time really puts a damper on awesomeness of having the sheep. So I just say, yep, my daughter drew it, and I love it, and it's staying there. Blue to the naysayers. Which I have not had too many naysayers yet, except for, I guess, there were a few early on who told me it looks like a woolly hat. Just because the head is very, very small. I don't care anymore. I love it. But charm. Good character. But actually, as her drawing skills get better, she does draw other things for me. They just have not been ones that I would put on stream, simply because they're usually not of a style you could turn into an emote. She prefers right now to draw black and white. Some color, but usually a lot of black and white, working on getting better at shading, which does not make for emote material. So yeah. And the other thing is, there's far too many channels that are a conglomeration of a whole pile of weird different interests with no connecting thread between them outside of connecting thread being for themselves. And that's great, but those are the ones that I find, streaming to two people when I'm watching late at night and flipping between channels because my favorite streamer has either gone on a break for 10 minutes or happens to be that one night instead of streaming their usual content or the content I know them for, that they're streaming something else that just doesn't click for me. And that's not a wrong thing to do, great. But that's when I go surfing around just to see what else is out there, looking for other small streamers. Because any day, support of one is better than support of none. My randomness. Where I was going with that though is, so sometimes what I personally think is more likely, so the YouTube channels attract my attention because I don't tend to go hunting for small YouTube channels in that sense unless I know the person. But those are the ones that attract my attention are often the ones that are either recommended by people I know, or else they are channels that have their stuff in a group. They've got themselves kind of figured out, and they're the channels that have a unified look. Some of the people that I started watching on YouTube by other people, like long road to get to where today, but long story made short, there's a few channels that were not necessarily overly branded per se, but they were just consistent to the point where, like, some of the YouTubers have a catchphrase. I mean, it might be, can't think of one without mocking him, but one of the safer ones, I guess, is to say, like, some of them, I bugged one particular YouTuber for a while, and they'll know who it is, about the usage of the term pieces parts. They had all their pieces parts when they were going to build stuff. I didn't know what pieces parts were. I actually had to look it up because we don't call it that up here. You have your pieces and the parts. And sometimes it's contextual. Sometimes it's just, I don't know who thinks about it, esoteric. But you can have pieces to make the parts or parts to make the pieces. But I had not heard the phrase pieces parts. And the frequency of which this particular individual used it, I found amusing enough that eventually I bugged him about it. Not very nice. I regret doing it, but I wouldn't go with the I was young and stupid, I'll just go with the I was stupid. But I mean that things became a catchphrase. That same individual had a habit of somehow, whichever game they were playing, with some of their co-streamers, had a habit of catching themselves on fire. I'm not particularly sure why or how this happened. Sometimes it was mob-related, sometimes it was silly mistakes on their part. I do a lot of silly mistakes, so I'd never bugged them about that one, but it became a bit of a catchphrase that other people who watch them also picked up on. But it contributes in the end, whether it be positive or negative, it contributes in the end to unified, recognizable brand, right? And so part of it, my thought around this is I'm doing this little ass backwards, I guess you could say. Happy little froggy. I do this little bass backwards, as you say, being in that some people probably worry about who they are and or what their brand wants to be, so that they start out unified right from square one. And I'm going at the other direction because my thought on it had been, what is the point putting in the effort and ability, put all that trouble of setting up the look, the brand, the whatever, in more so than a basic way, if your content is the hits? So, when or if I dig myself out of the rather awkward game, narcissistic, I don't know, critical view of my abilities on channel, then maybe I could actually put more brain work trying to figure out a look, a brand, a feel, or whatever. You know? One of the other popular, or becoming popular, phrases used by, how else do I put it? My home streamer, I guess? I don't know. Anyway, content creator. He's more the streamer. But one of the other phrases is to borrow from Parks and Rec and say, "You've got a permit." You know? And it refers to Parks and Rec moment where gentleman's doing stuff in a public park that generally you shouldn't be doing. Gets told you shouldn't do it. And he goes, "I've got a permit." He hands over a piece of paper. And the sheriff opens up the permit and reads it, and it says, "This just says I can do what I want." And it shows the permit on screen. And then everybody else kind of laughs. That's, as far as I know, that moment. But there are plenty of people that have a permit. I mean, I have a permit to do whatever it is I do. I have a permit to feed. I have a permit to screw up. I have a permit to make changes. I have a permit to leave things the same. You know, test things out, whatever. We can do what we want. But but I. That's not an I. Like life couldn't be an I. This stuff has become a we. Well, I can play games alone. I can build Lego alone. Okay, that's an I. As soon as I turn it into a we requires that there is effort put in to achieve quality such that anyone besides my poor designated mod and husband would watch it, or even the kids. You know, that's where it gets scary. When I follow the little streamers, I always try to watch them and go, okay, what is it they are or are not doing that would make me not want to return or would want to return? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that, and one of the things that the ones that are not, the ones that are making me return are doing is they have energy and they have assurance themselves. Not the word assurance. Assuredness? I don't know. Anyways, but what they have is they have the assuredness that if they're getting burnt out on a game, rather than letting it spoil their attitude, they take a break, spread it out, try something else. Now, in the Minecraft world, there are so many different options and varieties of ways to play, whether it be vanilla, whether it be bedrock, whether it be Java, so even those are different, whether it be modded, there's mod packs and themes and fields and build styles, and again, like Lego, on the right pieces, the possibilities are endless. Which means that if you're getting burnt out, take a break, right? That's what whatever Wednesday was for. That's what doing D's on stream is for. You wouldn't laugh if I told you I was an introvert. Sometimes introverts, not all of them, but sometimes you'll run into introverts where get us running with the right crew where we feel comfortable. And we can talk till the cows come home and go out again and come home again. That's just, you do that. I'm not making excuses for it. It's just, too. Other introverts are more bit introverts in terms of themselves. They do their own thing. They don't talk to other people. And I think there's a third set of introverts that may have at one time been more extroverted. Somehow life bit them. And then they became too sensitive to what was going on. Didn't sound right. That was not quite what I meant, but means we talked our ear off, bored them to high heaven. Then we became solo introverts just because we were too, I don't know, freaked out, creeped out, made uncomfortable, ever try it again. Or maybe not ever, but at least, not wanting to be social. One of the nice things about streaming, you get feedback, more so than YouTube. But you can also do what you want, talk about what you want, and people can love it or hate it. They show what they're up to by whether or not they stay. Today I'm doing Lego. Then I got onto a tangent there that Insta retrospective, in a sense, I don't want to be on. So let's leave it there, because that's not a high energy, it's not positivity, and it's not a whole lot of those other things I said I wanted. But it's one of those things I get somewhat introspective when I'm building Lego, going, they all split the parts for me, and they're telling me what to do with them. This is great. Minecraft, I get into Minecraft, and I go, it's not building fast enough, I'm boring people out of their tree, whatever. Apparently, that's not the case, but somehow I'm just too blind to see it most days. So, yeah. But
This old switchboard could talk.
oh,
Wow. Your ears would sizzle.
I went and opened things. I should not have opened them.
We take Alexander
And
Graham
then I went to
Bell's invention for granted today.
gone wrong.
Perhaps we should. But isn't it incredible that millions and millions of people can talk simultaneously from practically any spot on Earth?
There we go. Okay. That's better. 2x4. Okay. 2x4. Now here's a question. Completely random, but different than me ranting on about craziness. So for those of you that may or may not celebrate Halloween at your household, do you guys stay home and maybe do something like watch a movie? You guys have somebody on call to answer the door and hand out candy or whatever? Do you instead go out to parties? Or maybe a combination of the things. So maybe somebody answers the door for a while, and then at some point you guys shut it all down, and the kids go to bed, and then you watch a movie. Like, what sorts of traditions do you guys have around this thing called Halloween? I'm always curious.
The telephone was something of an oddity, to say the least.
Prior to having kids,
The line was clear.
I think we still did not the door-to-door thing, but like, answered the door.
And tell the operator what number
Of
you
course, once we had kids, certainly we did that. I don't know. I think the kids were really, really little. We still answered the door before we thought they were old enough to be taken out for Halloween. Now, usually, my mother-in-law comes over. Frequently, she'll man the door at our house while both Fantastic Sherlock Fox and I take the kids out Halloweening or trick-or-treating. Won't be all that much longer, though, before my son will probably claim he's too old for it, even though he likes the candy. But it's hard to say. I mean, there are teenagers in our neighborhood going out. But before we had kids, I used to love seeing the adorable neighbors' kids that would come by in their little, dino costumes or whatever, and toddle their way up the stairs in front of our house and under the door, and then they're oh so very polite. Some of them would say trick or treat, some of them would say happy Halloween, almost always at the behest of their parents. well, some would say thank you. There's this few that said thank you before you even opened your mouth when you first opened the door. It was really kind of funny when they mixed that one up. Yeah, we did a lot of staying home. We're not the Christmas Halloween party type. I went to a New Year's dressed up party once, and that was part of what sealed my relationship with Fantastic Sherlock Fox. That worked out well. But Halloween parties, we just not really those folks. When our kids are really little, we used to try to take them out really, really early. And for us here, early is like 5:30. Some of them come as early as 5, but they did about 5:30. I always thought it should have been after dark.
Home, they'd answer and you could talk.
Hey, music. But some of us, like some of the neighborhood kids, come up 5:30 or so. So we would try and take our little one out that early, because we knew we had to get to bed or whatever. And And so when we did that, anyways, we didn't often have somebody man the door for us because there's a point. When our kids got a little bigger, it was kind of fun for both parents to be able to see how the neighbors reacted to seeing us carrying the little one up there. And sometimes it was showing off. I know our daughter didn't go. We didn't carry her out trick-or-treating as early, or sorry, she had it earlier in her life than my son did. And that's just because, there's no kid to actually trick-or-treat at the door. It's just, but there's other times you see, the little older one is doing their trick-or-treat thing, and the younger one is being carried in by the parents, and on and on. And but then, of course, you see a lot of really little kid costumes. So my daughter actually got to quote-unquote trick-or-treat earlier in her life than my son did. I don't think either of them, were out too early or too late when they were that little. It was always early, and then we'd man the door for the older kids ourselves. But then they get older. There's some houses. Sometimes my daughter wants to go farther than my son, which it's that for me. Or occasions the other way around, but usually the other reason we both go is because each of us has a different ability with our kids to talk them through things that make them uncomfortable at various doors. And so sometimes we can get them to go up to different houses. And occasionally, because I would talk to the parents at school waiting to pick up their kids or whatever previous years, then I would not recognize one of the neighbors or something going around and say hi to them, and then my kids weren't scared to go up to that house. But and there's also the bit, back in my day, wow, there's the bit back in our day, take a pillowcase when you go, and if you couldn't carry it, well, you had too much candy in it, time to go home. Although, the older you got, the more you go home, you get a second pillowcase and come back out again.
That's a telegraph message.
But these days, not everybody wants to give chocolate bars and stuff. So you get people who will have a smaller bag because their smaller kids can carry it. But the problem is that the kids, the bonus maybe, is that houses are giving out things like a bag of chips. A little small bag of chips. I have no problem with that. Where it comes to being a minor challenge is for those little kids, an air-inflated small chip bag virtually fills their entire bin. So it's nice to have a parent come along behind, even if the kid's old enough to go on their own, but a parent sneaking along behind who has this has the strength to just carry another bag. But if you're getting my puzzled look, I have no idea how I misplaced it. There it is, and have my keyboard. Somehow. I was misplaced one D, and it managed to flip out of the bag, go up across, and was sitting in between my escape key and my F1 key, my mechanical key. Upside down. Yeah. Anyway, this is down here. As I said, with parents sneaking along behind who can carry the bag when kids stuff with things that are just unnecessarily bulky. The other thing I like about parents that sneak behind, not that every family should do that, but if you do go that route, the thing I like about it as well is that some of the parents hear them. They go up and down the street with their kids. Encouraging kids when you go to a house that's not got the lights on, but they've got candy out on the front step or something. They're encouraging the kids. It says take one. Please only take one. And that's really cool. I don't know if it was last year. No, it wasn't last year. A couple years ago, I guess. There was a little video that went viral. One of those, heartwarming, touching, viral things.
2, 4, 6, 8, everybody hydrate!
Thank you, fantastic Sherlock Fox. I recognize I'm starting to stop in the middle of a phrase or sentence.
The code was made by using different clicks.
1 ounce of coffee so far. Okay. That's not correct. I've almost finished the entire mug of 12, but that's okay. Mental reset. Fantastic Sherlock Fox is on top of that. So the video I was referring to, and the reason I'm barreling ahead just in a second, but the video I was referring to was a very cute one where a bunch of kids had gone up to a neighbor's house to trick-or-treat at Halloween, and the neighbors were not home, so they left a bowl on the street. And then you can hear the kids in the video. Like it's video taken from the neighbor's doorbell camera or security cam for their front step. You hear the kids looking down, reading the sign out loud about how many bags or whatever, how many treats they're supposed to take. And they looked in the bowl, and there was nothing there. And so rather than going, oh, disappointment, and walk on, one of the older ones, so he steps up, looks in, then he starts digging around in his bag while his two friends start going down the street, or like going back down the steps. And they're like, what are you doing? And he says, well, I'm going to share. I'm going to put some in here. There's none in here. It says take one. There's nothing in here. He starts digging around in his bag and pulling out, not just, the things he doesn't want. I mean, that's a great opportunity to sort your bag if you're that kind of kid. But he just starts pulling out handfuls of different kinds of things and put in the bag for people to share. Right? So that other kids who came up to that house would actually find that there was candy in the bowl, even if he couldn't have got one. And that there was, and he recognized that he didn't need that much candy, so he was just going to put some there for everybody else. So I guess the house owner, when they saw this video, they're kind of wondering why the one camera was the lights, I guess, were on as long as they were, something or other. But as they looked at the video and they saw what happened, so they contacted the neighbor's mom just to thank them and stuff, and that they raised good kids. And then they posted it with the other parents' permission on social media, and it went crazy like gangbusters. Because the plenty of parents and other individuals saw it and thought, this is amazing. We don't get kids who behave like this much anymore. Often they're the greedy ones that didn't actually follow the sign and take one. They, may have just taken whole handfuls because they thought it was unmanaged. That's not necessarily an incorrect assumption, but I mean, it was unmanaged and they chose to take advantage of it. So it was just interesting how it went viral to be the opposite. Then eventually there was a U.S. news crew that went and interviewed the family and kid and his friends and stuff, and it was really interesting. So, yeah. I've never done the unmanaged candy thing, but we have. Some years we've had lots of leftovers. Other years we've had next to nothing. Every year is different. I know that by going out with my kids, sometimes I miss seeing the super cute kids that come to my door. because I'm out and about. But I'm also that one that sort of goes, you know, if somebody who's not a kid, like a parent or more accurately, like you've got a teenager or something, not really a young kid anymore. People say, oh, they're too old for trick-or-treating. If they put in effort, put together a half-decent costume. It could be creative from stuff around the house, or it could actually be, you know, purchased. I don't care who paid for it, because I mean, part of it is how you wear it and the effort you put in. Make your tie straight or whatever, you know, be wrinkled, that kind of jazz. If they do that and are polite when they come to the door, I don't particularly care, or a kid or anything else. Some of the houses actually in my neighborhood, I don't think they're doing it anymore, but pre-COVID, they used to do small bags of candy, like it literally was candy, some of the best stuff too, for, that they kept separate from kids' ones, and if people at the door spotted parents who had come with the kids, then the parents at the door would give the traveling parents their own little cute bag of candy. That was awesome. One house had soda pops for just the parents. And I don't mean like adult wobbly pops. I mean like literally just like a classic, not a Coke. I think they had like Crush or something like that. But, you know, the parents could have Crush. If the kids, I think they were giving out juice boxes or something to the kids, but the parents could get sugary sodas if we wanted them. I know there was one parent, a few doors up from us, we said no thank you, but they were actually offering parents, like, alcoholic gelatin dessert, so Jello shots, basically is what they call them. And they were offering those to parents. It's like, no, thank you. But I mean, it was the parents that, like, they knew each other on the street kind of thing, so it wasn't just any parent going around. And it was one of the parents I knew from school and things like that. So I mean, that's fine and dandy and whatever, but yeah, not my thing. Anyway, the point was some houses recognized that. I know there was one house that if you saw your parent carrying a little kid, then they would give an extra teeny weeny bag of candy, even though the kid was too little to eat it. But it's really for the parents, but it was ostensibly for the little kid. I just thought that was just quite cute. Alrighty, so we take this section, turn it all around, does the hokey pokey, and you put it all together, and I suppose that's what it's all about, right? So, yeah, well, I can do this with the lighting we've got. Back me up. Start at the top. And we're going our way down. This will make a half-decent highlight, right? Alright. Over. Hopefully nothing will actually fall out. Oh, nope. It is falling out. There we go. Hearing crickety crackety off screen, I'll quickly explain what I did. Once again, here's the inside from the top with the Gryffindor sword. And next down we have the room with the pensive. We have what's probably most accurately Dumbledore's office. We've got the Sporting Hat and Fox Phoenix. And as we move down, we've got Madame Pince's library with a couple of desks to read at and such. Okay. Now because I'm tipping it like this, so my hands, like, this is the flat level of the desk, right? As I was tipping it to show you guys, I did not put the minifigs in there. But here's one more run at looking at the various minifigs. So we've got Harry Potter, the printed invisibility cloak. That's kind of cool. Okay, we have Dumbledore. Lighting. There we go. I like that one. There's the front. Back, actually, here, I'll pull her off. Here's a secondary face. Or why I didn't show you. mouth changing. You can see he's got a hood on the back of his outfit, which is a nice touch considering the long hair is going to cover it. And then we've got, let's go with the other trio. We've got Hermione, pretty standard Hermione. She's generically smiley faced at the moment. Either that or generically freaked out on the back, but she's just got the hood printed on her cape as well. That would be the Dumbledore, Hogwarts robes. Got Snape with the purple cloak. Each is a grumpy pants. But he does have nice little printing on the top of his torso. No printing down the legs in this one. Bit of a loss. And he alternate face.
Next stop,
Grumpy.
New York City. Most of the sound factors are already known. Speed of
Then we've got
recording, its playing
Madame Pince. Now, in comparison to the McGonagall I showed you earlier, Madame Pince's hair is black, but it's an all one piece construction with the minifig head. A lovely printing down the front, but they did not take the opportunity to continue with the creases down the back of the outfit. You can kind of see why printing on a curve is a challenge best of times. But yeah, Madame Pince has her severe face, and he has a slightly less severe face back. I especially like, well, not a Madame Pince character fan per se, but I especially like it only because my mom, I mentioned earlier, was a law librarian. She started as a school librarian, then she got into the law field as a law librarian for the rest of her career. So librarians and Madame Pince and stuff are kind of her bag, I guess you could say. Last but not least, once again, I showed this off a couple times, but I'm just impressed with it. So we've got Argus Filch with Mrs. Norris. Got good printing on the side. On the front, quite a lot of detail on her. I guess they imply the cat is female. They never really say otherwise. It makes it a lot easier. A lot of other ways. But yeah, so there's the cat, and then Filch. Filch is not actually busted. How LEGO does bald characters. Basically give them a skull cap like you would find for a lot of art and theater costumes. So that people who have hair don't have to. His face is grouchy on this side. If I turn him over, slightly less grouchy on that side. I'm picturing in my head, this is just his normal look, as in like everyday grouchy. And then this one, for me, is the look, the lovely little sneer when he's telling Harry and Draco that they've got to go spend detention in the forest with Hagrid. Harry's like, oh yeah, Hagrid! But of course, Draco's like, Dumbledore, or not Dumbledore, Dark Forest, we're not supposed to be there. Alright. And then one last look at the 3 little tiles I got with this one. Supposed to be collector tiles. And they put them in this wave, like they didn't do them in the 2018 to 2020 wave. Frankly, I can see why, and I sort of hope they don't repeat. But yeah, there's the tiles. These two are the same, that's why I'm not too coloring. And then this last one, golden one with Maxine. But 2 Dumbledores and Maxine. I think that's Dumbledore. Actually, no, it might be Gryffindor. But the interesting thing about the print I'm noticing, you guys probably wouldn't pick up on this. The robes are very much the same. There's no errors or changes there. But I don't even know if this one. Yeah. Anyway, this one may not show. What I'm trying to note is the one on the right, details-wise, it's not going to show. The one on the right has a much more pronounced swirling pattern on their hat. The one on the left, it just looks like that particular element of the print positioned. Either that, or I'm completely out to lunch and need separate people. The rest of the robes and everything is so much the same, I highly doubt it. It's just interesting to note. I vaguely wonder which one is the correct print. But to be really picky about it, the white shadowy bit on the silver, on the right-hand one, is shifted to the right, whereas the left-hand one is quite centered. So, just interesting to note, a little different. All right. Now that we've made it, and it is Friday, and we are talking about 6 p.m. I'm assuming that it's mostly people's dinner time if you're out east, or approaching people's dinner time, drive home time if you are central or west, and possibly getting kids ready for bed. So let's just see if there's anybody out there who is interested in the raid at the moment. Of the people I usually watch, take one more quick. My cheater button on cheater button on my stream deck usually is accurate, but some days it just wants to act up. So let's see who I usually follow is live. I have a suspicion that we won't find anybody who's doing Lego right now. If I remember correctly, people I follow that are live are 2 hours east of me. So yeah, that's what we got. Okay, we got. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head back to. I think we haven't raided him in a while. We're gonna head on over to Manky Hamster, and what he's up to. It looks like he's on the one-shot SMP right now. His statue carving and building. That sounds kind of intriguing, and I think we're probably gonna head that direction. So let me just get back to that. See if I can get back to OBS and actually have things cooperate. Live? Oop. I gotta do this manually. That's okay. We're just gonna head over to the end screen first. And I want to say thank you very much to everybody that came today. From Board Snarl for bringing in their party and Maribel Jade for bringing in theirs. I appreciate you both very much. Thanks again to Lyric and Benson, and both Benson and Fantastic Sherlock Fox as well for being mods for the night. Also for Owl Poppins for dropping in. So yeah, I think that's all she wrote. I may have lost one or two due to the computer reboots, so if there's someone who has dropped in that I forgot to mention, please do let them know that I send my best, or if there's any lurkers that I missed, I do send my best. I hope everybody has a great day, and let's, right now, if I can actually... Aha! My cheater button wants to work.
Mischief managed.
There we go. If you have the opportunity, there's always the sub-emotes with the cute little raid hype shape we were talking about earlier. But if you don't, you could always copy-paste the raid phrase with the global pickaxe involved. So, say thank you once again for dropping by. Do keep your eyes peeled. I will be back on Tuesday with Minecraft, and we'll find out whether or not I'm going to start the community challenge for next month. On that one, I think that might work out well because it's already past 30-day mark for doing the stream on my birthday, so let's get that one going. Anyways, thank you once again. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend, and goodbye for now.
Transfer complete.